on improving safety by leveraging data and emerging technologies, hosted by IIT Guwahati. This course is significantly a step towards building safer transportation and system by using data-driven approaches and emerging technologies. As one of the India's premier institution, IIT Guwahati is proud to lead this initiative and bring together domain experts, practitioners, and learners from across the globe. Now, before we begin the formal proceeding, I would request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly step forward for the traditional lamp lighting ceremony to mark the auspicious beginning of this course. I now request everyone to please stand for the national song Vande Mataram. Thank you. Please be seated. We now move on the felicitation of our dignitaries. I request Professor Akhilesh Kumar Maurya to kindly come forward and felicitate Professor Rohit Sinha. I now request Dr. Nipjyoti Bharadwaj to felicitate Professor Shashi Nambisan, who is our distinguished foreign expert. Next, I request Professor Akhilesh Maurya to felicitate Head of Department, Professor Rajiv Kumar Bhattacharya. Now again I request Dr. Nipjyoti Bharadwaj to felicitate Professor Hemant B. Kaushik. Now I request Dr. Nipjyoti Bharadwaj, Course Coordinator of GIAN program, to welcome the gathering.
Respected Professor Rohit Sinha, Dean Research and Development, IIT Guwahati, Professor Hemant B. Kaushik, Associate Dean Academics, IIT Guwahati, Professor Rajiv Kumar Bhattacharya, Head of the Department Civil Engineering, IIT Guwahati, and our expert for this course, Professor Shashi Nambisan from University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and my fellow coordinator, Professor Akhilesh Maurya, and all their participants who are joining both online and offline. A very good morning and welcome to this inaugural program of this GIAN course. So as you know, in India, the number of accidents, traffic-related accidents, are increasing. With time, now we are having developed in rapid pace the roadway infrastructure, and with this better roadway infrastructures comes challenge of higher mobility in vehicular movement, which leading to many crashes and accidents. And in recent trends, if you see, this fatality numbers are going up. So to understand the causality, we need to, it is a multifaceted problem, involvement of driving behavior, roadway infrastructure, weathers, all come together. So to understand the causality and to put appropriate intervention, it is necessity to have a data-driven analysis. And to understand this, I think we have among us, we have Professor Shashi Nambisan, who is a eminent expert in the field of traffic engineering. He is having more than 30 years of experience in this field. And in this 5 days, this course, we are going to learn about the different types of data, legacy data, along with new technology, what are the different methods of data collection, and how this data actually can help us to understand better about safety. So with that, I would like to welcome you all participants. So please use this platform to interact with Professor. And many of you are research scholar and MTech student from doing your research. So I think many of your questions might be answered, and or new ideas might be generated during this course. So that is the motivation behind this course. So with that, I would like to welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Professor Rajiv Kumar Bhattacharya, Head of Civil Department, to deliver his welcome speech.
Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Professor Shashi Nambisan, and our Professor Rohit Sinha, Professor Hemant Kaushik, Course Coordinator Nipjyoti Bharadwaj, and Professor Akhilesh Maurya. So, I, on behalf of Department of Civil Engineering, would like to welcome you to IIT Guwahati for this, I think this is 5 days program. So now, already Dr. Nipjyoti Bharadwaj has mentioned the importance of this particular course. Okay, so as you know that in the last decade, last 10 years. So we have actually tremendous growth in road infrastructure. So, so I know I'm not working in this field, but whatever I know basically that every day we are adding around 30 to 35 kilometer of road in India. So that is basically every day we are adding new roads. Okay, so that is the growth, and what I know basically that probably in next decade our road infrastructure will be better than US. Okay, so that is the projection many people are basically predicting that our road infrastructure will be I think wider than US, okay, in next decade. So and and we have basically every yeah, as I said that every year we are adding lot of your 4-lane highways, expressways. I think recently there is a your notification or announcement that we'll have from Guwahati to Silchar. There will be a your expressway, and these are, it's not like that it will take 10 years. Okay, so the prediction is that they will complete this road within next 3 to 4 years. Okay, so this is the way actually India is expanding. So now with that, so accidents are also increasing. Okay, so whatever I know basically that our road accidents almost 4 lakhs per year. Okay, so 4 to 5 lakhs per year, and every day I think death toll is around not every day, per hour it around 20. Probably they will be able to give you better statistics, but it is around 20 deaths per hour in India. Now here what is happening, that whenever we saw accident, okay, so we are generally blaming the driver. Okay, so in this is the Indian perception. We are always blaming the driver that he has exceeded the speed or basically because of other reasons. So we never saw or never look at the road design basically. So there are some design flaw. I think in this course so you will get some ideas about that one also, how to prevent that one, because once you have this one expressway, so it is monotonic. Okay, so there is, you will put your accelerator on 80 means suppose at high speed, and you will go basically for hours and hours. Okay, so because of that, so there must be some monotony breaker basically. So that I think we should anyway, so that will be discussed in this course. Okay, so I hope that this course will be a very beneficial one, and basically we'll be able to learn a lot of things from Professor Shashi. So now as a Department of Civil Engineering, I would also like to brief about the department. Civil department, we have, apart from transportation engineering, so we have another total 7 specialization, including transportation, structural engineering, infrastructure management and engineering, water resource, geotech, then environment and art science. Okay, so we have, and we are admitting students in BTech Civil Engineering and MTech in all specialization, and then PhD in all specialization. Now if I like to report about the department, so department is doing very well. We are every year we are progressing, and in QS ranking, so we had department is within 150 to 200 bracket, and hopefully we'll basically have better place in next ranking. So with this, I would like to welcome you again to this course. I hope these 5 days will be a very engaging one, and we'll be able to learn a lot of things. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It is now my honor to request our chief guest, Professor Rohit Sinha, Dean Research and Development, IIT Guwahati, to address the gathering.
So good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, Professor Bhattacharya, Head Civil Engineering, Professor Shashi, Nambisan, our foreign expert, Professor Kaushik, Hemant Kaushik, our Dean Online Program and Skilling, and the course coordinator, Professor Bharadwaj and Professor Maurya, and delegates both attending offline and online. I hope that online audience would be much more bigger than offline one. But anyway, I welcome you all to this inaugural sessions of a 5-day-long GIAN course organized on the theme, Improving Traffic Safety, Leveraging Data and Emerging Technologies. The timeliness of this particular course is very apt. You know, India is expanding a lot of infrastructure, and with this particular increase in infrastructure and increasing economic upliftment of the country, we are having huge increase in our traffic management. Though the theme of this particular this GIAN course looks to be more on safety, both management and safety both are closely related. And of course, in case of expressway, highways and etc., there is a different challenge than what we have in our congested cities. So I hope that this particular GIAN course will expose our delegates or participants of this particular course about these emerging challenges and the research need to be done, which is often due to variety of situations available across the country. There should be some local adaptation of this thing. So our foreign expert will be able to tell what are the good practices followed in the developed country like USA, but you can see we need to do a lot of work to adapt those knowledge and skills to be applied to our local needs. Regarding what is the role of data science and etc., we all know this particular problem happens to be one such example which provides you what we call as big data analysis. So our emerging techniques, AI, machine learning, etc., are very good for sort of finding, inferencing, or making sense of a large amount of data. And in this particular environment, you will have to feed them with the variety of data coming from various sensors, etc. So these technologies will make it possible for the management of the very task that we are looking for, either safety or the traffic management. So I'm not expert in this area. I have some degree involved in the pattern recognition based on signal processing, machine learning. So with which I understand that probably how the techniques might be very much useful, and this is very much important for emerging country like our India. Our infrastructure is going to grow even many folds, and of course these challenges need to be addressed very early on, otherwise it'll create a very big problem, which is already a big problem, as experts have pointed out that we have huge number of accidents, and these accidents are often problem is that accidents do happen due to some problems, bad driving or the structure of the infrastructure, etc. But apart from that, our response to those accidents are also very, very critical, which makes so much fatality around in our country as compared to rest of the world which are developed. So with these few words, I would not have much to offer you as far as the course content is concerned. I hope that the course coordinator, both foreign expert and local expert, must have chalked out a very compelling program for all of you, and you will have a take-home message from this thing and use this particular opportunity to basically learn the new techniques, make a connect with experts, both IIT Guwahati and abroad. And in brief about the very section which I represent the research and development section of IIT Guwahati. We are also collaborating with our neighboring institutes in number of programs. We have recently launched a program by Government of India, which is known as PAIR, which is basically linking up with neighboring institute. We have bidded for it, and I hope our bid might be successful. Apart from that, the institute is also setting up many collaborative initiatives put forward by the Government of India, like Sathi facilities, in which the critical hard infrastructure, test laboratories, etc., are being set up, which will be used by the neighboring institute. Apart from that, our institute is one of the prominent research institutions and technical institutions of the country, and the sole in the Northeast region. So we have very much big onus to take all the stakeholders of the Northeast on board on our progress. So institute is progressing, making efforts for its progress, and so we'd like to take partnership of the neighboring institute. So you are all coming from the neighboring institute, hopefully, not all of you, but so you take up this message that IIT Guwahati is always always open to any collaborative effort, or individually or on basis of institutions. We are all open to it. And with these words, I once again thank you all for coordinators for chalking out such a timely program. And with this, I hope that the delegates who are attending this conference will find this particular course very useful. And those who are physically here, they should have a comfortable stay in the campus. So once again, on behalf of the Institute and my own behalf, we welcome you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Hemant B. Kaushik, Dean of Academic Affairs Online Program, IIT Guwahati, to address the gathering.
Thank you. A very good morning to all the dignitaries sitting on dais, and a very special good morning to all the participants of this very interesting GIAN course organized by IIT Guwahati. This is I think 6th or 7th course in the series of 12 courses that we are organizing this year. And as you all know, this global initiative of academic network is a very popular, has become a very popular annual event in India, because we invite so many experts from other countries to visit us, stay here for a week or two, interact with you. And then this is not all. They also develop these courses, these MOOC, and sometimes they also write some books based on their experiences here. That also opens new avenues for the research collaborations between two institutions, research collaborations between your institution and the foreign experts as well as IIT Guwahati. So it's a very popular program. And I think there are more than 750 such foreign experts that have visited in last 8 years in India. So you can see the scale, and there are thousands of participants who have taken advantage of such courses. So let me thank Professor Shashi to find time and visit us here and develop these very specialized training program on this road safety. I'm sure you will be delighted to interact with him during the next week. Let me also thank the course coordinators, Professor Maurya and Dr. Nipjyoti, for thinking about it and for making it reality. This is their second GIAN program this year. So both of them are very interested in offering such GIAN programs. I think Dr. Maurya offered more than one program previous years also. So he is also a popular figure among this GIAN fraternity. I am representing the Center for Educational Technology, CET. So we offer such programs. GIAN is just one of the projects that we handle here. There are many such projects. For example, a very popular NPTEL project that we handle, where we offer more than 100 courses annually. And these courses are available free of cost to all the students across the world. Only if they want a certificate, then they need to take a test. For that, they need to pay a very meager sum, I think 1,000 rupee or something. Otherwise, all these courses are free. And IIT Guwahati is just one such organization that offers such courses. All IITs and some other institutions also offer. So if you visit NPTEL, you will find more than 5,000 such courses, free courses available in different domains. And about 8 lakh candidates, they write the exams to get the certificates every year. So you can imagine the scale I'm talking about. We have about 1.3 crore people who have already earned the certificates in this program. There are about 12,000 engineering colleges across the country in which these courses are offered as the regular courses, because we don't have faculty members teaching such courses in different colleges. So this is second such popular program that CET handles. Then there are many specialized training programs that we usually offer to Army, to Navy, to Air Force, to the PWD engineers, there are faculty development programs, there are student internships, so many things that we offer here. So CET is such a unique center in IIT Guwahati, which is sustaining on its own. There is no funding given to CET from IIT Guwahati. It's developing such courses. They are sustaining the entire working on their own. Now, since last 2 years, IIT Guwahati has also started offering online degree programs. So there is a program, undergraduate program, which is a very unique program. Only 3 big institutions in India, they are offering such undergraduate online degree. This is called BSc Honors in Data Science and Artificial Intelligence. This is a 100% online degree, 4-year program, and you have to, sitting in your home, you have to take 4 courses per trimester, and there are 3 trimesters per year. But if you are doing a degree somewhere else, it is allowed now. The government allows doing 2 degrees at a time. One of these can be offline, one of these has to be online. Now, if you are doing another degree, you don't have time, then you can register for less number of courses. So you can register for 3 courses or 2 courses or 1 courses or 0 course. So this is so flexible. If you are a working professional, whenever you have time, you register for whatever number of courses you like. So we have made this the education possible to those people, especially those people who couldn't get into IITs. So about 30% of our students in this online degree program are coming from JEE ranks. That means they were eligible to take admission into IITs, but since IITs have limited seats, they were not admitted. So this has opened a very new route to take admissions into IIT, not only for these JEE candidates, but also we have several sponsored candidates from several industries. Now we are launching another online MTech degree program for the Water Resources Department of Assam, because they wanted to improve their workforce. They wanted to improve the technical advancements of their engineers. So these engineers are sponsored by the government of Assam. They will come here and do this online degree program. So world is changing very fast. Data is everywhere, right? And we are trying to capture all these opportunities, especially in the field of education, to impart the education to a huge mass who are as good as people studying in IITs. So I welcome you all to visit our website, see what we are doing here. Some of these things are quite unique in nature, and take part with us in this knowledge dissemination. Let me once again welcome you all to the beautiful campus of IIT Guwahati. Enjoy your stay here, make friends, visit different departments, not only your transportation specialization, but see what we offer here in different departments. And I'm sure you'll enjoy your stay here and the course. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are also privileged to have Professor Shashi Nambisan with us, an internationally renowned expert in road safety and data system. I now request him to kindly address the gathering.
Namaskar, Suprabhat. Ki khabar? How many of you speak Assamese or understand Assamese? Did I say it right? Thank you. Yeah. I'm delighted to be here, and I'm especially grateful and thankful to the 2 course coordinators, Dr. Nipjyoti and Professor Maurya, for the opportunity to spend this week with all of you. As our preceding speakers have talked about, this is a part of the GIAN program. And the way I look at it is, thoda to gyan dena hai aur thoda to gyan lena hai. Isiliye main idhar aaya hu. Okay. Yes, I'm happy to share what I know, my experiences and my reflections. But at the same time, I would like to learn from this experience and opportunity interacting with all of you. And I looked up a little bit of information about IIT Guwahati, the GIAN programs, and this year itself, you said there are 12 activities, and in the past you've had many, many things. So that also is indicative of the institute's not just desire, but recognition at a national level and international level as one to facilitate, again, GIAN, learning, okay, and applying that knowledge. The topic here we are going to talk about, discuss, while I will lead and my colleagues here will lead several of the lecture and tutorial sessions, we envision an interactive program. Even during the lecture sessions, we will have periodic breaks to engage you all. It's not going to be 50 minutes or 75 minutes of one person just speaking from the lectern. So please be prepared to share, to participate. As was said, we all depend on transport every day. In India, you're adding 30 to 40 kilometers of new roadways every single day. That's a very positive thing in terms of providing better access and mobility. Everybody here, everybody in India, everybody on planet Earth needs transport every single day. Even for a week or 2 weeks, let us say you stay in your residence, in your hostel, and don't go out at all. So, okay, you're not personally using it, but you have food, right? How did it get there? There is some transport and logistics involved. So transport serves society. Society depends on transport. Unfortunately, one adverse outcome, as has been mentioned, is something that none of us wish for ourselves or anybody else. Everybody starts on a journey, on a trip, on transport, with the intention that we get to our destination safely. Not only we get to the destination safely, that others around us in our vehicles also get there, and others who we may interact with on the roadways, we don't hit or hurt anybody. But increasingly around the world, and more so in India, we are seeing a lot more of these adverse outcomes in terms of crashes, people being injured, people being killed, many of which are avoidable. So what we intend to do in the next 5 days, today and the next 4 days, is to look at how have we been addressing safety historically, how may we look at emerging tools and technologies, use data. Dean talked about his background from data from a different perspective, but some of the concepts we will talk about borrow from other disciplines too. How do you integrate data from various sources? Think of them as sensors of various types. Your own mobile phone, cameras, traffic cameras, so on. They come at different levels of spatial and temporal disaggregation or resolution. How do you merge them? They may come not just from engineering. They may come from other disciplines. How do we tap into them and use them? And ultimately, we can do all the engineering work, but if we cannot get people who make decisions, these are usually elected officials or appointed officials, such as your state legislatures, your municipal corporation, corporate people, your district collectors, and so police commissioners, who make some of the key decisions. How do we communicate the results of our various analysis to them effectively? So that's what I and my colleagues here envision that over this week we will touch upon. And it's not to answer all your questions, it's more so to open doors for you to explore. Okay. With that, once again, I'm most grateful for the opportunity to be here. Just in the little over a day I've been here, I've been amazed by the beauty of the campus here and the human and non-human inhabitants of the campus. Thank you all. I look forward to a very, very productive week with each of you.
Thank you, Professor Nambisan. To conclude this session, I request Professor Akhilesh Kumar Maurya to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So with this, maybe now we are come to the end of this short inauguration program. So from where our 5 days GIAN program journey will start. So I would like to thank today's chief guest, Professor Rohit Sinha, Dean R&D, for taking out his time and accepting our invitation and being here. So, and I also thank to Professor Rajiv Bhattacharya, HOD Civil, and Professor Hemant B. Kaushik, Dean Online Education and Skilling, and our colleague. And we also thanks the expert Professor Shashi Nambisan, who has like accepted our invitation and like being here for a week long stay. And like this week long stay like will be fruitful if you interact him as much as possible. So within the class, outside the class, he is kind enough to interact like with everyone. So he's like already spoken that like his lectures are going to be more on interactive session than on like he is lecturing and just you are listening Satyanarayan Katha. So that's like maybe you make it most. And apart from like all the dignitaries, we are also thankful for all CET staff and like their coordinator for like providing us facility, so opportunity for conducting this GIAN course. And not last not the least, all the participants who are like making this program successful, online and offline participant. So I request that our online participants that they should be attentive enough, like maybe they should join in time and maybe keep asking questions like wherever they find, or maybe like at the end of every lecture we will open a certain window for online student also. So but in between also, if they find any problem, they can like either unmute their speaker and speak out, or they can post in WhatsApp group dedicatedly meant for it. So with this, like I welcome you all for this course. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request everyone to please rise for the national anthem, Jan Gan Man.
शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा, जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you. Please be seated. With that, we officially declare the GIAN program open. We wish all the participants a meaningful, enriching, and impactful learning journey. Thank you all once again for your gracious presence. Now I request everyone to move for the high tea. We will start our first lecture at 10:35.
वीडियो बंद कर दो अभी। Hmm. Hmm. अब रुको बैनर के सामने ओके एक नेचुरल डाइस पे खड़े होकर चुप कौन रहता है
किस
ये जो अकाउंट है ये बार बार कोई म्यूट कर रहा है कौन म्यूट कर रहा है अभी के लिए ठीक है लेकिन प्रॉब्लम क्या होने
हाँ हाँ मैं बोल दूँगा हो जाएगा हो जाएगा ठीक है
আমি এইখিনিত থাকোঁ এই গোটেই ডাঙৰকৈ লগাই হা এই জ্ঞানৰ এখন
हाँ ओके
আমাক মানে এতিয়া হোৱাইট এই জ্ঞানৰ সেইখন থাকাটো টিভিটো অকল লাগে অকল টিভিটো
waiting. Yeah, once people are ready. Thank you. Yes, I'm good. That's what I was asking when I.
They will, some of them will, might skip some of the sessions. Because it's in the middle of the semester, so they're attending
So where do you want me to put my laptop and how do I connect it?
উদ্ধবপুর বসে শ্বাস সব নামাই দিব
Yeah, only one chair is needed. Okay, and I have this port, you have an adapter, otherwise I will give you adapter. HDMI. Oh, I have HDMI direct. Yeah, okay. So you can do that. And I need electric power. I bring my power.
এইবোৰ অঁতৰোৱা আৰু এক্সটেনশ্যন এখন আছে প্ৰথমে এইবোৰ চেয়াৰবোৰ অঁতৰোৱা আছে আছে পডিয়ামত আছে
বেটাৰী আছে নে এইটোৰ চাইছে
ইয়াতে মিউট কৰি দিছোঁ আনমিউট কৰি দিছোঁ
তিনডালে দেখাই ন
There.
স্লাইড চেঞ্জাৰ কৰি দিছোঁ তাত আছে পডিয়ামত চোৱা
অন কৰি থৈছিল তই মাত্ৰ মই অন কৰি দিছিলোঁ
None of you raised your hand when I said who speaks Assamese.
मैं तो कैमरा में
So what?
ভালকে থ'বলৈকে থ'বা তুমি বেছি ডিবিটো যে আছে না
Check 3 2 1. Check 3 2 1.
So offline users, sir, just check with the online users.
Okay. Good morning. If you are online, can you enter in the chat box if you are able to hear me? Say yes in the chat box. Is somebody monitoring the chat box? Need to be here, okay? I will. Is anybody monitoring the chat box? So is anybody saying yes on the chat box?
Yes, we can hear you, but the chat box is not available yet.
Okay, so thank you for confirming that you can hear me. No, no, that will mess up my graphics. I have other things. So whenever you're ready, I'm ready.
you will see there
Yeah, and I can.
so I will adjust the frame
Welcome back after the tea break. I'm so happy to be here. So, as we talked about, we are going to talk about road safety from a global level to a local level, and how do we use data to help improve safety on roadways. And in this session, I'm going to give you a perspective of factors that one needs to consider when you're looking at road safety. We are not going to get too much into data in this session or sources of data. I will summarize some statistics data. We will also engage you in a couple of assignments during the class session to get you to participate. Ritesh, I will need your help. I'll tell you when, and if I cannot do the Slido, I'll put the question if you can put it in Slido. Okay. So, having said that, each one of us brings with us experiences as users of the transport system, road system, public transportation, walking, bicycling, two-wheelers, so on and so forth. First question. I'll give you 30 seconds to respond, and I need somebody to help me with the 30 seconds. Do I have you to be the timekeeper also, or can I have somebody else be the timekeeper? 30 seconds, okay? I have my watch, I will do that. Question is, how many of you have been in a four-wheeled vehicle within the last 30 days? A motorized four-wheeled vehicle in the last 30 days. I'll say since March 1st. You don't need 30 seconds, right? Raise your left hand, the other left hand. Left hand, if you have been in a motorized vehicle. Keep it raised. If you have been in a motorized four-wheeler, it could be a bus, it could be a car, it could be a minivan. Since January 1st of this year, left hand. No. Since January 1st, 2024. No. Okay, raise it up. I want to keep you awake. Is there anybody who has not been in a motorized four-wheeler? Good. So, if you have been in a motorized four-wheeler, this applies to people online too. So, raise your hand. You can use the, are they able to use the emojis to raise their hand? Okay. So, if you have been in the back seat, not the front row, if you have been in the back seat, raise your right hand. If you have been in the back seat of a motor vehicle in the last 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, it doesn't matter, ever in the back seat, right hand, the other right hand, other right hand, thank you. Everybody? No? Your app, right hand on the app? Okay. All right, so now, if you have worn your seat belt when you were in the back seat of a motor vehicle, raise your right hand. If you use the seat belt every time, raise your right hand. To those of you who did that, thank you. Those of you who didn't do that, thapad. Okay. Why did you not wear the seat belt? Question, yeah, I'm serious. Why did you not wear the seat belt? Okay, I'm not going to pick on anyone. Whoever you're sitting next to, get together in 2 or 3. Talk about the reasons why you did not wear a seat belt when you were in a motor vehicle. If you're not sitting next to somebody, move and sit next to somebody. Yes, I'm serious, and I will give you 30 seconds from now. Why did you not wear a seat belt when you were in the back seat? I'll call on you. Those of you, hey, you have the WhatsApp groups online, right? So, we need to activate the WhatsApp group so that they can talk amongst themselves. So, 10 seconds to go. All right, time. So, this group, please tell your name. You are representing the group, not representing yourself. When I ask you the question, you are giving me an answer. Give me one reason why your group said you didn't wear a seat belt. You speak up so that everybody can hear you. Yeah, use the microphone.
Sir, due to negligence, sir.
Whose negligence?
Sir, ours.
Ours. Okay, this group. The second group. Speak up, please say your name and.
And the probable reason why we didn't wear seatbelt at the back seat, because many a times the traffic police generally checks the people who are at the front only.
Okay.
So
All
maybe
right.
that.
So the next row, how many teams? One team or two teams there? Okay, what did your team come up with? Turn off your mic.
So my name is Anuj Bhaskar, and because there is no seat belt in buses, so that's why we don't wear.
Okay, but did you ever go in a vehicle other than a bus in the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years?
Yes, sir, we go, but we don't wear.
All right, next row. No warning. All right. This group of 3. Did you participate in that group? Okay. What?
Bus, so it doesn't have seat belts.
Okay, but when you are not in a bus, if you were in a motor vehicle?
In a motor vehicle, generally we wear the seat belt when we are sitting in the front seats, not in the back seat.
All right. That row. Speak up. You wear it in a back seat. I know you raised your hand. The other 2 didn't raise their hands. Don't feel the necessity. I hope by the end of this day you will see that you will wear your seat belt no matter where you sit in a 4-wheeler. If it is a bus that doesn't have a seat belt, don't. Okay. We'll get to this in a few minutes. It is just as important, if not more important, to wear seat belts in the back seat than in the front seat, because if, God forbid, if an occupant in a vehicle were involved in a motor vehicle crash, especially at speeds greater than 30-35 kilometers an hour, they become projectiles, rockets. You can send them to ISRO, and I see ISRO has a short course here right now. Okay, and they not only cause harm to themselves, but they cause harm to the people sitting in the front. And if you're interested, let me know. I will tonight load videos. I can show you video after video after video. So much for just trying to break the ice, get you to go. So here are the learning objectives. There are many objectives that we have. First of all, I believe each of you is here because you think the topic, the subject of road safety is important. So thank you for your belief and your conviction in road safety, but I'd like to say we want to expose you to some of the practices that are used around the world. Most of my comments will be based on the US, but in today's session, first session, I'll give you some examples from around the world. And after me, we will also have the second part of the opening day today will be the Indian context. Okay. Then what are strategies or approaches that are used around the world to improve adverse safety outcomes? Then what are the sources of data that we could tap into? That's the overall theme. But before we get to that, we need to understand what are some of the main factors. What data have been used traditionally? What data could be used? And where do we get them from? If we cannot get them, how might we try to move on things to get them? How do we integrate them? And in your tutorials, we will give you some data. If you don't have your computing devices, I ask at least one person in a team have a computing device so that you can work on the data. I will give you data in an Excel file. I want you to do some analysis. We'll use the same data set over the next 4 days. And then how do we use the results of the data analysis to analyze what are safety risks and how might we mitigate those risks? Is there anybody who cannot understand what I said so far? If you understood what I said, somebody please help me monitor what is online. Online people please say can they respond in text or emojis? Online people say thumbs up. Those of you who are here, if you can understand me, raise both your hands. Up. Hi. I'm keeping you awake. Yoga. No, I'm not asking you to bow to me. No. Good. So if I keep speaking and you cannot understand, it's a waste of time for the next 5 days, right? All right. So next. I don't see Ritesh here. I need help online to see. Okay. I'm going to do self introductions. Before I can help you learn, I need to learn about you. Okay. You have 30 seconds for, I will go around the room. I will call people at random. And what I need you to do is, this is what I need you to do. Your organization, I want you to go in this order. I don't want you to say my organizational affiliation is. If you are from IIT Guwahati, you say IIT Guwahati. What is your role? Faculty member, Nipjyoti will say that. Or if you are a PhD scholar, PhD student. If you are working in government agency. I don't want you to say my role is. Just say what that is. Your name, I don't want you to say my name is. Just state your name. The city or town where you presently reside, and the last part is the village, city, town, or district, and the state where you consider your ancestral root to be. This is important for us to know about each other as we talk about various safety applications, safety concerns. It is not only for me to know you, but for you all to know each other, because you are going to be working with each other. Is there anybody who has a question about this? So for people online, how do can they speak up? Yes. Okay. So I need somebody to help me monitor, call the people online one at a time. Okay. So let's start in the room from here. The gentleman in the blue T-shirt there. Please speak up so not only I can hear, those online need to be able to hear.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm from IITG. PhD student. I'm Ashagre Mokreo. I'm living here, IITG, Lloyd Hostel.
And where in Ethiopia?
Yeah, hometown is because it's asking this current. Okay, I am from Ethiopia.
That's why I asked, where from Ethiopia?
Yeah. Ethiopia is in Africa. I think most of you know Africa, the continent Africa. And there are around 54 countries in Africa.
I just want you to tell me your village, your district, and your state.
Okay. Within Ethiopia, I am from Bahardar. I'm not sure whether you know it or not. It's in Bahardar city and in Bahardar University.
Okay. Thank you. If not, if we don't know, help us understand that by the end of this 4.5 days. Next
okay.
4.5 days.
Okay.
All right. I don't want you to go as long. He spoke in sentences. I just want you to give responses to each of the prompts.
Sir, I am a part of National Institute of Technology, Arunachal Pradesh, as a research scholar. Myself, Rahul Narayan.
I don't want you to say myself, Praveen Narayan. Okay.
Yes, Rahul Narayan.
Rahul Narayan.
Resides at Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh.
Yes.
Belongs from district Muzaffarpur, state Bihar.
Bihar.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So the Bardhaman University, I am a BTech final year student. My name is Sayantan Das. I'm currently at Bardhaman, and my village is Pachmura, district Bankura, West Bengal.
West Bengal. Good one. Yeah.
Bardhaman.
Let's keep going this way.
I'm from IIT Guwahati. I'm master student from Transportation System Engineering. I am Sunil Chandra. I am from Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, and basically my ancestors hail from Popadi Gadwal, Uttarakhand.
Okay. Next people onwards. I don't want you to say I am from. Just say the answers to the prompts.
IIT Guwahati, MTech student, Pawan Singh, Siang Hostel, IIT Guwahati, Rohtas, Bihar.
Bihar. Okay.
IIT Guwahati, MTech student, Transportation Engineering, Simadri Rohit, living in Brahmaputra Hostel, IITG, Raigada district, Odisha.
IIT Guwahati, MTech student, Anuj Bhaskar, Siang Hostel, IIT Guwahati, and District Bijnor, Uttar Pradesh.
Very well. So you learned.
IIT Guwahati, MTech student, Satyam Kumar, Brahmaputra Hostel. I'm from Khagadia, Bihar.
Where in?
Khagadia.
Khagadia in Bihar?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
IIT Guwahati, PhD student, Sasiraj, Guwahati, Patna, Bihar.
Turn on your mic.
Switch the mic.
So we'll start. IIT Guwahati.
IIT Guwahati, PhD student Ritesh Kumar Rao, Guwahati Brahmaputra Hostel, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh.
IIT Guwahati, MTech in Transportation System Engineering, Vineet Kashyap, Manas Hostel, IIT Guwahati, and Purnia District, Bihar.
IIT Guwahati, MTech student, Pitam Prakash Shah, Lohit Hostel, IIT Guwahati, and District Singrauli, Madhya Pradesh.
Okay.
IIT Guwahati, PhD scholar, Transportation and System Engineering, currently in IIT Guwahati, new married scholar, and roots are from Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh. Ishita Pragya. अच्छा नाम नहीं बताएगा.
IIT Guwahati, PhD student, Surya HR, IIT Guwahati, Hasan, Karnataka.
IIT Guwahati, research scholar, Rohit Sahu, in Married Scholar Hostel, and from Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh.
IIT Guwahati, MTech student, Tina, Dhansiri Hostel, IIT Guwahati, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh.
IIT Guwahati, PhD student, Rizul Sood, Umyam Hostel, IIT Guwahati, and Dharamshala, District Kangra, Himachal Pradesh.
Okay. Did I miss anybody? Dr. Nipjyoti Bharadwaj.
Yeah. So IIT Guwahati, faculty member, Nipjyoti Bharadwaj, and reside in IIT campus. Ancestral district is Nalbari, Assam.
Okay. Good. Thank you all. And now let's go online. Can somebody help me call people online? The IT help people. Can you please call people online one at a time so that they can respond to these prompts? You need to ask them. Who's first? Shruti Singh. I don't think you understood my request. Shruti Singh, can you speak up?
Hello, sir. IIT Bombay, PhD student, Shruti Singh, Mumbai, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh.
Daniel Doley. Oh, you're here. Okay. So,
sir, myself Daniel Dole. I am PhD scholar. Now I am the third year student under Akhilesh Kumar Maurya, sir.
I want you just to answer these. Don't say I am, so on and so forth.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. I am from Assam. Thank you, sir.
Where in Assam? Village, district?
Sir, district Dhemaji and town Zonai.
Okay. All right. So, CP Verma.
Good morning, sir. Very good morning, all of you. Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, PhD scholar, submitted in January 2025. And Chandrika Prasad Verma, Sultanpur District, Uttar Pradesh.
Okay. And those of you who raised your hand, unless you have a question, please lower your hand online. Ashwini Gupta.
CSIR Central Road Research Institute, PhD scholar, Transportation Planning and Environment, Ashwini Gupta, Noida, Uttar Pradesh, New Delhi.
And your roots for E?
Hometown, New Delhi.
Okay, thank you. Aishwarya?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Please respond to the introductions.
IIT Bombay, PhD student, Aishwarya, Mumbai, and Trivandrum, Kerala.
Okay. Tazim. Tazim Amin. Okay, inactive. Orko Day.
Good morning, sir. IIT Roorkee, PhD student, Orko Day, currently residing in Roorkee, Kolkata, West Bengal.
Okay, I saw Tazim activate. Tazim.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Tyrone. This is Tazim Amin, PhD student, NIT Srinagar.
You live in Srinagar?
Yes, sir.
And where are you from? Village, district, or state? And state?
Anantnag.
Please.
Anantnag district, Anantnag. Anantnag.
Anantnag. And which state?
J&K.
Okay, thank you.
Jammu and Kashmir.
Thank you. Ritvik. Ritvik. Please unmute yourself.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes. Not now. I heard you ask, am I audible?
Okay. Hope I am audible now.
Yes.
Volvo Group India, product owner, Ritik Kumar, district Bangalore, district Kamrup, Assam.
Okay, excellent. Krishna Kishore. I can see you, but I cannot hear you, Krishna. You need to, yeah. No. Can you try to mute and unmute yourself one more time? We'll come back to you, Krishna Kishore. Ashutosh Tiwari. Cannot hear you. No, we cannot hear you. Can somebody with the IT see if there's an issue here? No, you need to unmute yourself, Ashutosh. No, we cannot hear you. I'll come back to you. Anurag Tombre.
Good morning, sir. I am PhD scholar, submitted my thesis from IIT Roorkee. I am Anurag Thombre. My hometown is Indore from MP, Madhya Pradesh.
Okay. Ashutosh, can you try one more time? Unmute yourself. Ashutosh, speak up. You're muted. Okay, I'll skip. Krishna Kishore, are you back? Please speak up. No, we cannot hear you yet. I'll try to come back. Ishfaq.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm audible, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. MNIT Jaipur, PhD student, Ishfaqul Abbas, Jaipur, and Anantnag, J&K.
Fantastic. So you are logged on twice, I see.
Yes, sir. For audio purpose, sir.
Okay, thank you. Pratyush Kumar.
IIT Bombay, PhD student, Pratyush Kumar, Mumbai, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh.
Fantastic. I appreciate you sticking to my instructions. Vishal Datta.
Hello, sir. I am from Assam Engineering College. I am a BTech student. Myself, Vishal Datta, Guwahati, Dibrugarh, Assam.
Excellent. So let me try one more time with Krishna Kishore. Can you unmute yourself? Yes, please speak up, Krishna Kishore. I'm sorry, We cannot hear you. So we'll try to come back to you later if you can check your audio. Ashutosh Tiwari. Ashutosh, you are muted. No, we cannot hear you. Arham Shaikh. Arham, please speak up. No. Okay. So there was 2 pages. Is everybody online on the screen? Is there anybody else online? Ashutosh and Kishore, even if I am speaking, if you are able to get your audio working, let me know. Just speak up. Okay? Don't feel shy to interrupt me. I'd like to hear from you. Is there anybody who I have not called on? Krishna, I saw you with a thumbs up.
Yes, sir. Now I'm audible, sir.
Yes, perfectly.
Yes, sir. I'm from IIT ISM Dhanbad, PhD scholar Ashutosh Kumar Tiwari, living in Dhanbad, Jharkhand, and from Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh.
Excellent. Anurag? Ashutosh.
Yes, sir, Ashutosh.
Yes, I can hear you. It was Krishna who identified himself, right? No, was it Ashutosh who spoke? Okay, Krishna, Kishore, can you speak up? No. His audio is not working. Okay, so let's go on. Do any of you have any questions for the people who introduced themselves? No. All right, I think I can follow most of the languages you speak. I can't follow Ethiopian languages or dialects. And so I'm originally from a little village called Vellatinur in the district of Thrissur in Kerala, but I lived there for a little while. I heard somebody say Dhanbad, so the first several years of my life I was in Dhanbad, Bihar, and then in Madras, or what is now known as Chennai. And then after I finished my undergraduate education in Chennai, I went to the United States to do my master's degree at Virginia Tech University in Blacksburg, Virginia. I spent a year there, and then a little over 3 years at the University of California, Berkeley for my PhD. And then I've lived in several cities in the US. Longest is in Las Vegas, Nevada. As you saw from my affiliation, I'm with the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. But I have also worked at Iowa State University for 7 years, University of Tennessee for 3 years, and University of Alabama for 3 years before coming back in 2020 to University of Nevada, Las Vegas. My wife and I have 2 daughters, and all of us live in the United States. So that's a little bit about myself. Moving on. Yes, road safety is a global concern. I don't need to berate that. It is one of the leading causes of preventable injuries and deaths. In the United States, for people under the age of 55, it is the leading cause, the top leading cause of preventable injuries and deaths, avoidable injuries and deaths. More than deaths, we talk about deaths in a lot of the statistics. Yes, that one life lost is one too many. However, at the same time, there are many, many people who are injured, serious injuries that have lifelong effects, life-changing effects. We need to be worried about that too. Not only to the individual who is injured, to that person's family and people in their community, but to us as a larger society. We are losing their ability to contribute as members of the society, whether it is from an economic side, from a social side, from an art and culture side, from a technology side, whatever be it. So we need to focus on not just eliminating or reducing deaths due to events on roadways or transport systems, but also trying to avoid injuries, especially the more serious injuries. For that, we need to understand what are factors that lead to these outcomes, these undesirable outcomes, and how might we develop what are termed countermeasures or interventions to lower the number of fatalities, hopefully work to a day where we have no one killed on roadways. Each day in my work I get data on traffic events in the state where I live, the state of Nevada in the United States. A day where I don't get a report about a fatality is a wonderful day. Means nobody was killed. But however, every day we have injuries. We'll get to the statistics in around the world, in Nevada, in India later. And so a lot of the responsibility seems to lie on governments, and as one of the speakers in the opening session said, we place the blame on the drivers more often than not, but all of us as road users share a responsibility there too. As pedestrians, we may not be drivers, but are we being responsible road users? And how might we help inform, educate the road users so that we minimize these adverse outcomes on roads? I've used the term crashes very deliberately and not accidents. So I'm going to describe two scenarios and try to help you understand the difference between the two. There is a motorist traveling on a roadway, two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler, does not matter, multi-wheeler. As the motorist was traveling around this northeast Asia, northeast India, hilly terrain, lots of mountains, all of a sudden there's a rock that comes crashing down the hillside, comes and impacts the vehicle they were traveling. So that's one scenario, scenario A. Scenario B, there's another motorist who was traveling around on the same roadway, and as the person was operating the motor vehicle, the individual was looking at a mobile phone and driving, didn't pay enough, because of the attention on the mobile phone, ended up hitting somebody in the vehicle in front, hitting the vehicle in front, led to, they were traveling at high speeds, led to some adverse outcomes in terms of deaths and injuries. Which is a crash and which is an accident? Yes?
So in my opinion, the first one is a crash and the second one is an accident, which is maybe it can be stopped.
Okay. I see smiles there. Yeah.
My opinion is the opposite. The first one is an accident, but the second one is a crash.
Okay. Anybody else? No, in this particular case, I was just trying to look at it. Yeah, preventable, I used it earlier. Yeah.
So I think that concept applies here to the crash and accident as well.
Yes, absolutely. So if it is a crash, it is preventable. If it is an accident, it's highly unlikely that we can prevent it. So the answer is, I agree with our friend from Ethiopia, is an accident is something that you could not have avoided. You're driving along and the rock comes, boulder comes down. That's an accident. But a vast number of the incidents that we encounter on the roadways are crashes. It is due to human error, lack of attention, driving under the influence, so on. There are many, many factors. We'll get into those. Those are truly preventable. And how can we get to that? So some global statistics. There are about 1.4 million, more than 1.3, 1.4 million people who are killed due to crashes on roadways around the world. In India, they say it is 1,50,000. I've seen data that said 1,60,000, 1,65,000, but this is a very, very conservative estimate. In my view, there are many, many such events that are unreported, even deaths, let alone injuries or crashes. But at a minimum, this is. You will be able to access copies of my slides after this. I don't know whether on a daily basis or at the end of the course. So if you want to make notes, please go ahead and do that. I just wanted to let you know you will have copies of the slides. So this is more than about 1/8, 1 in 8 road fatalities occurs in India. This says 11.2%. My guess is it is 12.5% or higher. So 1 in 8. So if I look at developed countries versus developing countries, it is probably not a surprise to any of you that the developing countries have a poorer safety record than developed countries. High income countries, that's what the WHO uses, World Health Organization. I should have clarified. WHO stands for World Health Organization. It is for every 100,000 population, it is 8.3, whereas in low income countries, you can look up the WHO guidelines of what is high and low. It's based upon per capita and per family incomes. For low income countries, it is 27.3. 27.5, 3 times, 300% higher. Why is this the case? We'll try to examine some of these, and a lot of it is due to behavioral things. Just the question I asked, how many of you wore seat belts? Hey, can somebody turn off that microphone? It seems to be flashing. Okay. Many of you said, well, there was no seat belt. That is fine. If there's no seat belt, that is okay. Yeah, Ritesh, it looks like it turned off by itself. Okay. So, but many of you chose, you use the word negligence, chose not to wear a seat belt. Even if you're sitting in the back seat of the vehicle, you must wear a seat. If you wore a seat belt, chances of you being involved, if you were involved in a crash, chances of avoiding fatalities or major injuries, the severity of the outcome will be tremendously lower. So can we bring about behavioral changes that do that? And just as an example, some of you online, I heard a couple of you from IIT Bombay, you may have heard me speak. How many in this room have heard me speak before? Except the 2 professors, yeah. I know Ritesh, you were in a couple of my talks previously. I'll give you an example from my own little village in Kerala, in India. I think it was around the year 2000 when seat belts started coming in automobiles manufactured in India, around the year 2000. So I've been living in the United States much longer than that. So everybody in the village knows that I live in the US. So when I'm there, they know I'm in the village. So we don't have a car. My family doesn't have a car. So if I need to go somewhere, either take the bus, or if there are more people, or sometimes I just take a car, get a taxi. So there were 2 gentlemen who owned taxis in the village. And so somebody went on a bicycle. We didn't even have mobile phones that day, believe it or not. There were no mobile phones, okay, for the young people in the audience. So went and got one of the people. He was one who had purchased, in those days, ambassadors were still in vogue. The Hindustan Motors ambassador, he had a seat belt. I get in the front seat and I put on the seat belt. I'm so happy. And so he says, Cheta, seat belted. And I heard at least one person from Kerala. Cheta means older brother, bhai, bhaiya. Don't wear the seat belt. I said, I do this for a living and I see this. No, everybody knows that you are from America, you live in America, and you are wearing the seat belt because you think I'm not a safe driver. I said, no, I trust you, I've been in your car before, but this is a new car and you have this. This is the reason why we have it. I will wear it. He said, sir, please don't, Cheta, don't do that. I said, no, I will do this. And then finally he said, let's make a compromise. Don't wear the seat belt when we are in the village. When we leave the village, you can put on the seat belt. You know his reason? Because people in the village will see you wearing the seat belt, think that I'm not a safe driver. They won't call me for their rides. Once you leave the village, you can wear the seat belt because the villagers are known, our local village people are not there. So that was the motivation for him, is he will lose business if people see me wearing a seat belt. Days have changed. We still don't have a car at our home, and there are 2 or 3 taxi owners. And as I come back, I talk to them. My wife and I, we take turns coming back. She's also from Kerala. And so after a couple of years when my wife came, one of the drivers told my wife, tell Cheta that I'm wearing a seatbelt and I made you wear a seatbelt and I'm making other people in the car wear a seatbelt. So that's a behavioral change, that's an attitude change, and that's a societal acceptance of things that they are not used to, but they need to do. So when we talk about preventable deaths in low income countries, some of you said, it's because the police only look at the people in front. It should not be because the police is doing it. Are you making yourself safer? Are you making other people safer? It should not be because I'm going to get punished that I won't do certain things. Think of positive reinforcement as opposed to negative reinforcement. But in the next 4 days we will see that many times we need negative reinforcement or punitive approaches to bring about behavioral changes. Any questions, comments, observations? Anybody have similar experiences? I'll build on this. So I drive a car. We have a car in my family, my wife and I have a car. So when we have visitors from India, when we take them around, or unless everybody is putting on their seatbelt, I don't start the car, or my wife doesn't. So I said my car doesn't move if everybody doesn't wear a seatbelt. So people, especially visitors, oh, what technology do you have in your car that it won't move? I said Shashi's driving technology. Okay. You don't wear the seatbelt, we are not going. It doesn't matter where you're sitting in the vehicle. So it's the onus on you. We are all educated. We are in the top 1% of the global population in terms of where we are with our level of education, level of awareness, income levels, name it and what it is. If we cannot lead by example, we cannot expect others to follow. So we must make it our priority, and you take a promise, you make a pledge. So even now the taxiwalas, if they come to pick me up at the airport or the railway station, they make sure that their seat belts are in working condition, front or back. And I had a situation a few years back. I sat in the back. Usually I'll sit with the driver in the front. And he said, don't do that, sit in the front. Does the seat belt work? Yes. No, it hasn't been used, it is dirty. I said, never mind, I wore it, and then when I got off, I see on my shirt, I have the mark of the seat belt there. I said, that's okay, I'm willing to pay the price of my shirt, I can wash it, that is it, right? So this is the difference in the low income countries. People's lack of awareness is one, and lack of engagement, wanting to make a difference is the other, and lack of enforcement is the third. So if you look at vehicle ownership, we have about 1/6 of the road traffic deaths in high income countries, 16% approximately, 1 in 6. But they have 3 out of 5, 60% of the registered motor vehicles. In low income countries, it is 5 out of 6 deaths on roadways, but only 2 out of 5, 40% of the vehicles. So you see the imbalance, and that is because of some of these behavioral changes, behavioral causes. Looking at some of the data, so if I were to look at this, on this chart what we have are 2 y-axes. On the left axis, the black line and the black chart. Let me use my mouse. Those of you online, can you see my mouse? Will one of you speak up, please?
No, sir.
You cannot see my mouse moving?
Yes, sir. No, sir.
Yes, sir. No, sir. Okay, I understand. Thank you. So I will try to describe it. The black line corresponds to the axis on the left, where it is the number of deaths in millions. So it ranges from 0 to 1.4, and you can see over the last, from 2000 to 2016, which was the last date that this WHO report had. Now if I use the pointer, people, yeah, I'm trying to use the mouse, or is there any other technique? Ye wala? Okay. Thank you. Do you follow the red dot on the screen? Those online? Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so that's the black.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Then the green corresponds to the axis on the right, and on the axis on the right is the death rate per 100,000 population per capita, and that too. So this looks like it is reasonably flat, but it went up from 1.15 to 1.35 for number of deaths. Death rate has nominally dropped, but still one death is one too many. If I were to look at this, we have on the x-axis are different regions of the world, and on the y-axis is death rate per 100,000 population. So the first set of bars is for Africa, the next is the Americas, next is the Eastern Mediterranean, then Europe, Southeast Asia where India comes in, Western Pacific, and this is the global total. And the two bars that you see, the darker green is in 2013 and lighter green is 2016. Granted, that's not a long time span, but what you see is outside of Europe or the Americas, the rates are still going up for the most part, and they are substantially greater than, if you look at Africa, substantially greater than the world. Asia is also greater, Southeast Asia is also greater. These are just data, and looking at it in a different way, here is the colors on each represent different. So driver, passenger are in the dark green or black. For every wheel, let's just follow, I'm going to use the Southeast Asia. That is the drivers or passengers. The orange is motorized two-wheelers or three-wheelers. The next one, there's a thin slice of black, that is bicyclists. The green are pedestrians and the other green are the motor users. Every one of us is a pedestrian on every trip. Even if it is getting from your hostel to your bicycle, you walked a little bit. But many people in the world do not have access to motor vehicles, whether it is to go by bus or train or so. They walk many kilometers to get to the first motorized thing. And that often is one of the most vulnerable stages of a journey, when they get off of a bus or a train and they are walking or walking to the bus stop or the train station. So, and they are also extremely vulnerable. When you are in a four-wheeler or six-wheeler car, van, bus, you have a lot of protection around you. And today the modern cars have airbags, we have seat belts and other technologies, we'll get into that. Whereas a pedestrian or a bicyclist does not have any surrounding to protect them. I have a question now. If this doesn't show up, Ritesh, can you put this on Slido? I'll just bring it up.
Actually, for Slido, we need to do the setup from the laptop from which we are presenting.
Okay.
The second half, we can do that.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask this, and I'm going to ask each of you in the room, get together in groups of 2 or 3 where you're sitting. Those of you who are online, we have the WhatsApp groups now. Get together with your WhatsApp group, and I believe there are 5 WhatsApp groups, and I will call on group 1, group 2, group 3. I will give you 1 minute to come up with what are the major causes of road crashes in India. All the attendees here are from India. So what are the major causes of road crashes in India? I tried to set this up in Slido, but it doesn't seem to be activating. Yeah. Can somebody try to see? When I tried it, it said it's not active. Passcode is that 4CZ6ZU. Does that work? If it doesn't, no, for now, we'll worry about the technology for the next session. So let's just, in this room, those of you who are present in the room, talk to your neighbors. Those of you who are online, talk to your WhatsApp groups. There are 5 WhatsApp groups. It is working? Okay, but now I need to figure out how to get the results. I have to go to my Slido. Yeah. So for now, let's just look at this. So the code is working. I'm very happy. Okay. So please enter your responses there, but talk to each other. I will give you 1 minute. Come on, you need to be talking. You need to be talking to your neighbors. So Akhilesh, until what time do I have? Till 12 o'clock, no? 12:15? Yeah. Yeah. Till 12:15. Yeah, I just want to pace myself. 10 seconds to go. All right, time. So Ritesh, will you help me track the WhatsApp groups? WhatsApp group 1, can somebody from WhatsApp group 1 speak up and give me one cause? Just one. Please speak up. WhatsApp group 1. All right, WhatsApp group 2. Give me one cause of road crashes in India.
Driver negligence.
Driver negligence. Thank you. Who was that?
Ashwini Gupta.
Yeah, so when you respond online, please speak up so that I know who you are. Speak your name. Thank you, Ashwini. Driver negligence. Okay. WhatsApp group 3. I know you're entering. If one of you can monitor. Oh, in Slido?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So with the response we can check. So far 9 responses are there.
Okay. Yeah. WhatsApp group 3? Anybody on WhatsApp group 3? No. Okay, WhatsApp group 4?
Overspeeding.
Overspeeding, negligence, overspeeding. Who was that? Please say your name.
Shruti Singh.
Thank you. Thank you, Shruti. WhatsApp group 5.
Hello, sir. Aishwarya this side.
Yeah.
Sir, distracted driving.
Distracted driving. Okay, thank you. Any of the WhatsApp groups who didn't speak up, do you want to speak up?
Hello, sir. Group 5.
Okay.
Chandrika Prasad.
Yeah.
Major cause is infrastructure and road use behavior.
Infrastructure, road use behavior. You gave me 2. I only want 1. This time you're excused. I'm just kidding. So give me 1. Thank you. Okay, in this group, the last row, very last row, the gentleman in the check shirt, yeah. Are all 4 of you together? Okay.
Sir, overspeeding.
Daniel, right?
So overspeeding.
Overspeeding. And that's somebody else said that.
Sir, actually, I already messaged in that.
Yeah, but
earlier I was the first person to take message.
What is the next one? Think about what else did you think about your team? Only
Sir,
that?
I put distraction driving.
That also somebody
Yes,
said.
sir.
So anything else new?
Sir, lack of enforcement.
Lack of enforcement.
Lack of enforcement. Okay. The row in the back.
Yes, lack of enforcement.
Ritesh's row. Ritesh, I want you to stay silent. I want one of the other 2 to speak up. Poor lane discipline. Please tell me your name. Shashi Raj. Thank you. All right. That group.
So poor road culture means how to drive in the road.
Okay. Please tell me your name.
So Rizul Sood.
Rizal Sood.
Yeah.
Thank you. This group.
Sir, environmental activities. We can.
Can you expand on environmental activities?
Sir, like if the weather is too hot
Weather,
or
okay.
nothing like that, so the driver get distracted, then it will cause an accident.
Okay. So, yes. Yeah, wrong side driving. Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Bharadwaj. Speeding.
Yeah, WhatsApp group 1, one participant has written like bad road design.
Bad road design. Okay. So here are what I've found from as I was preparing for this workshop, this short course, looked at some reports from India. And by the way, I have all the citations for every data that I've got on every slide, so you can verify it. Speeding, I put it in red font because that is the overwhelming thing. Disregard for the posted speed limit, or disregard for the speed at which they are operating based upon environmental conditions. If it is a wet road, for example after rain, or poor visibility. In the northeast India we have a lot of fog out here. So even though the posted speed limit may be a certain 50 kilometers an hour, if you do not have that visibility, sight distance, you need to be driving slower. So speeding is a big cause. Driving under the influence and driving on the wrong side and jumping red lights, these seem to have a much higher proportion. And non-use of safety devices and use of mobile phones. One is distracted driving, and non-use is blatant disregard for their lives and other people's lives. The road infrastructure and environmental characteristics come way down, lower down in terms of the true causes for factors. These are based upon analysis of crashes and their outcomes. And this is just a pie chart showing this. So what does this mean? There are tremendous economic burdens on individuals, on families, on societies. And if I look at it in the US, 5 years ago, 2019, it takes about a year to 2 years for the crash data to be tabulated, verified, validated. So this was the most recent one that I was able to get. $23 billion in healthcare costs, people who are injured and some end up dying, or even those who die when the paramedics or emergency medical technicians go to the crash site. There are costs associated with that. Lost productivity, $75 billion. Property damage, $76 billion. Insurance costs, $35 billion. So all of this is about $210 billion, $220 billion. That accounts for about 3% of the gross domestic product, which is a substantial number, folks. Lost productivity. Just think about people you may know, or families or groups that you may know where somebody was injured in a motor vehicle crash. What did it mean to their families? What did it mean to their loved ones? What did it mean to the organizations that they worked for? So these are numbers, but once again I come back to one death is one too many on the roadways. So what a lot of countries around the world have adopted is a safe systems approach. It is proactive, and in the United States we started it much later than in other parts of the world. So the goal is to be proactive to minimize crash severity. So the focus is on fatal crashes and major injury, serious injury crashes. Yes, we are concerned about minor injury and property damage, but the bigger adverse impacts are the fatalities and major injuries. Previously, the approach had been we want to eliminate crashes, which is unreasonable from a practical standpoint. So even if there is a crash, we want to mitigate the outcomes of the crash. So that's what a safe systems approach is. And this is a graphic that the US Department of Transportation developed 2 years ago. 2023 is when they published their National Roadway Strategic Safety Plan. And I will go over this in greater detail on the next slide. And so let me just walk you through this. Around the circle we have 5 pies ranging from safer vehicles, safer roads, post-care crash, safer people. And around the edge are the principles that guide it. And the next slide I will go more into that. So the key components are safer roads and mobility. Some of you talked about we want better infrastructure. That may be a cause for crashes in India. Yes, there we want to think of way beyond just the roadway. Think about the roadside infrastructure. Think about the traffic signage, route guidance, posted speed limits, speed humps, speed bumps, guardrails, safety zones on each side when you have high speed motorways, roadways. So that's what safer roads is. Safer speeds, One is the posted speed limit. Are they appropriate for the conditions, urban, rural? And there are many places now in the Western world or more developed high income countries where we can change the speed limit based upon the traffic conditions, the roadway conditions, the environmental conditions. And motorists also have a role there, safer speeds, safer vehicles. So designing vehicles. So as transportation engineers, we may not have much of a role in that, but we need to interface with people who are involved in vehicle design. Traditionally, that has been the mechanical engineering domain, but increasingly we are seeing people from computer engineering, data sciences background, where we are trying to integrate data into the vehicle design, take into account where do we have the most impact, front impact, side impact. So what kind of safety devices, airbags, curtain airbags, seat belts, different types of seat belts, so on, car seats. So the third one is safer vehicles. Fourth one is safer road users. And the fifth is post-care crash. And I put these letters in red because it helps me remember RSVP. Is there anybody who has not heard the acronym RSVP? When you get an invitation, they say, right, RSVP. So that's a very little mnemonic that you can use. Roads, speeds, vehicles, people. So that's RSVP. And I added the other P is post-care. If you have a crash, provide appropriate emergency response. Is there anybody who has not heard the term the golden hour? Golden hour. You have heard of that. If you have heard of the golden hour, raise your right hands. Raise your hands on the screen, those of you who are online, if you heard the term golden hour. Okay, a vast majority here. Online, I see, yeah, about 6 out of the 15 or so. So the golden hour is basically after a crash, if somebody is injured, where somebody is injured, if you can provide the appropriate medical care within the first 60 minutes, you can reduce the potential of fatal outcome to maybe a injury, major injury, or major injury to a minor injury. So this consists of a number of elements. Is you need to, one, notify people that a crash has occurred, get the appropriate responders. You may have the first responder, it may be a police officer, but that person may not have all the tools available. So the first qualified responder is somebody who is an EMT, emergency medical technician, who comes in an ambulance. In the United States, that's why the ambulances have a tremendous amount of equipment in the vehicle to stabilize a patient. Then they assess the condition of the person who is injured, try to stabilize as best as possible, and the response times in urbanized areas in the United States are less than 5 minutes in urbanized areas from when a crash occurs to when EMT comes. And the EMT is provided by private companies, and they have a contract saying that 99.9% or 99.3% or 95%, whatever be that, they will be able to provide a response within X amount of minutes, and usually it is 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Then the next step is they assess the person who is injured. They need to transport the person to the nearest appropriate care facility, hospital, trauma center. You may have a small hospital that is 5 minutes away, but a trauma center that is 10 minutes away or 15 minutes away. So they have to make an assessment whether the small primary care facility can provide the care, or they have to take the patient, even if it takes longer to get to the trauma place, because the care that they will get there. And I've been involved with this about 25 years ago, late 90s, early 2000s, before the cell phone thing. We worked with ambulance providers, one, to station them around the urban area based upon historical trends of crashes and crash severity, time of the day, day of the week, and locations. And radio communications between them and the trauma center to inform the trauma center what are the injuries that the person or people have, so that the trauma care people can be better prepared. As soon as the patient gets there, they are able to address the needs of the patient without having to do the assessment. So those days it was over the radio. Now you have much better technologies where they can communicate even digital images, if they are able to scan and they find out what's the extent of not just fractures but internal organ injuries. It costs money, but then now comes the question of what is the value of life. How much do we want to invest from the government, from the private sector, from the healthcare people, and we as citizens demand that we want better response times and better capabilities for the ambulances. So that's the golden hour. So that's the 5 key components. And what are the principles? The principles that the DOT has identified, that's what was on the outside of the wheel. That's outside of the wheel. The basic principles are death and serious injury is just not acceptable to us as a broad society. We make mistakes, humans make mistakes. There's not one person who is perfect, excuse me. And we are vulnerable. No matter in our youth we think we are invincible, we are strong, so on and so forth. Doesn't matter depending upon the severity of the crash. We are vulnerable, we are susceptible. As we get older or the very young, our level of fragility or vulnerability is much greater. An able-bodied person who is 20 to 30 years old is much better able to withstand a crash of a certain magnitude than the same crash in which there is somebody who is 60 years of age or older, or 8 or 10 years and younger. Just that's our body. Safety responsibility for safety is shared amongst a lot of people involved in the transport domain. Government, public, we as owners of vehicles, we as operators of vehicles, we as users of roadways. So there are many players. And then beyond this, the media, whether it is television stations, radio stations, now we have social media, so on and so forth, getting the word out, whether it is education, enforcement, so on. And we need to be proactive for safety. That's one of the guiding principles. And redundancy is crucial. We must have systems that are redundant. We are less likely to make such investments in the transport and civil infrastructure even to a great extent than we are when you think about sending a satellite into orbit. They have multiple backups and redundancy systems, a lander to the moon, so on and so forth. Because they are very expensive. You're talking about millions of crores or lakhs of crores of rupees, right? But isn't a human life worth that much? If you can prevent that. Yes, to the immediate family, yes, but to a society, can we not do that? And we'll see later on in this workshop how we can look at including what is called the VSL, value of statistical life, to try to compare different types of outcomes and prioritize where might we want to make safety improvements and what types of safety improvements. So Vision Zero is a global model for road safety, and the goal is to have 0 deaths and 0 major injuries from road crashes. It was first in Sweden about less than 30 years ago, and many other countries have incorporated this. And the next few slides are some case studies from around the world and from the United States. So the goal in Sweden was 0 fatalities and 0 serious injuries. They implemented roadway design that several of you talked about, better enforcement and automated enforcement, and education and awareness campaigns. And the impact, so between 1990 and 2015, that's a reasonable amount of time, 25 years, road traffic fatalities dropped by 66%. And now it is 2.8 per 100,000 inhabitants. Remember from several slides ago, in the poor countries it is 28, 1/10. And the infrastructure improvements included better roadway design, barriers to prevent crossover crashes. Those are the median barriers. Bicycles, Sweden, even though it's a country where it is very cold, if you think it is cold in northeast India, it's bitter cold in Sweden, where maybe 4 to 5 months you have temperatures below 0 Celsius. But still people bicycle. But you develop roadway infrastructure that supports that, and roundabouts instead of traffic signals. So these are some examples as I pulled out. And they came up with legislative changes, very strict DUI. If you're driving under the influence of drugs or alcohol, the penalties are very, very severe. In Europe, in Australia and New Zealand. Unfortunately, North America does not have lower speed limits in urban areas. And so this graphic shows between 1997, before and after. On the y-axis is the number of fatalities annually, and on the x-axis this time from 1990 to 2015, and you can see a general downwards trend with 1997 with the red line where Vision Zero was implemented. Australia has been a leader in this domain. So their goal was between 2021 and 2030 reduce fatalities by at least 50% and serious injuries by 30%. And they looked at same RSV. They have 3 broad categories: roads, vehicles, and road use. Road use includes road users, and they have had a mixed bag. They had about 1,260 plus fatalities in 2023, which was a 7.3% increase from the year prior. Their fatality rate is 4.8 per 100,000, which is more than Sweden, which was 2.8, but still about 1/6 or 1/7 of the low income countries. And the economic cost is about 1.8. So in the high income countries, developed countries, the economic cost of adverse safety outcomes from road crashes is between 2% and 3 or 3.5%. That's a substantial amount if you look at what does it cost society. It's each of us. We are members of society. One way to look at this is what would have been the things. Yes, around the world between 2020 and 2023, there has been an increase in number of motor vehicle crashes, number of motor vehicle fatalities, and serious injuries. And we are still analyzing, researchers around the world are still analyzing it, why this is the case. The preliminary data suggests, preliminary evidence suggests the following. In 2020, March 2020, there was a major incident that hit people all around the world. What was that? COVID. With COVID came lockdowns. People stayed at home. Lesser amount of road travel, motor vehicle travel. So the number of vehicles on the roadways decreased dramatically. Now you have wide open roadways, wide open lanes. People started driving at higher speeds. And in the United States, I can tell you, right where I live in the Las Vegas metropolitan area, every year now we have police reporting travel speeds observed higher than 135 miles per hour, which is 200 kilometers per hour. Hundreds of vehicles, where we would maybe have a few dozen vehicles, because the road is wide open, nobody in front of you. And even as traffic volumes increase, these behaviors tended to continue. So higher speeds are one of the primary reasons why you see an uptick, an increase globally, not just in the United States, everywhere speed. And we are creatures of habit. Humans are creatures of habit. Oh, we were doing this last week, last month, last year. Okay, we can continue it without regard to what has changed in the environment around you. So the challenges that they found include increasing road deaths and fatalities, what we saw in the previous one. The big challenge is speeding, drunk driving, distracted driving. And young drivers, especially in most of the Western world or high income countries, individuals earn their driver's license around the age of 16 or 18. And there are multiple factors that lead to higher, not just frequencies, rates, number of crashes, number of fatal crashes, number of fatalities, per capita, per kilometer traveled, so on. When we have new drivers, young drivers, they have less experience. The rate is much higher than somebody who has been driving for many years. So 16 years to about 20, 25 years, the rates are much higher if I'm using y-axis on my left hand. And as we go to on the x-axis, if it is age, between 30 and 50 or 60 years of age, it's much lower. So what you see in Australia is younger drivers. Now they started getting their driver's license 2020, 2021. They've been using higher speeds. That just continues. And so they have adopted the safe system approach, and the focus is improving loss, improving infrastructure, better using technologies, and strengthening education, getting people to understand what. In the United States, I'm going to use examples from 4 metro areas, and this is an AI generated image. We had the United States, they used an example of a baseball stadium. I said, we can't use baseball in India. So this is an AI generated image of a typical cricket stadium. You may have about 1 lakh capacity in the larger stadia, 50,000 in the smaller stadia. Am I right in that? What is the typical size of a cricket stadium here? You have one here in Guwahati. I came past that. The lights were on when I came in the other day. Does anybody know the capacity of the cricket stadium in Guwahati? Ask Professor Google. Look it up, okay? So in the United States, so the examples I'm going to draw upon are from New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles. These are 3 of the bigger metro areas, and Las Vegas, where I live. The focus areas across typically are reduced speeds, improved safety for pedestrians and bicyclists. People outside the United States don't think pedestrians and bicyclists are important.
Yeah, it's about 38,000.
38,000 in Guwahati, yeah. And if you look at the outside of the top 5 cricket stadia, Ahmedabad has what, more than 1 lakh? I think Chennai and the Eden Garden in Calcutta has 100,000, but mostly it is about 50,000 to 60,000. You said 38,000 here, yeah. So if I look at it here in the United States, there were about 41,000 people who died in the year 2023. It was higher in 2022, it was 43,000. So that's one cricket stadium full of people who die every year. So reducing speeds, focus on pedestrians and bicyclists, road infrastructure, traffic signals, roundabouts, signage, or other common themes. So another way to look at this, about 50,000 or 40,000 people per year. Is there anybody who has not traveled on an airplane in this room? Online, is there anybody who has not traveled by airplane? If so, raise your hand. Those of you who have raised your hands, please lower it now. I see Ritvik and Ashutosh. Okay, you may not be engaged. So online, if you have not traveled by airplane, please raise your hand. Use a emoji. Shivasai, Ritvik or Ashutosh, are you active? No. So I'm going to say that yes. Did somebody speak up, Ashutosh? Okay. So let me put this in another way. A typical aircraft that we travel here, I came from Bengaluru to here, has a seating capacity of about 150 passengers. It ranges from 120 to 180, whether it is an Airbus jetliner or Boeing airliner. So about 150, and most of the time you have between a load factor, that's a technical term, of between 75 and 90%. That is how many of the seats are occupied. If you have 100 seats, if 80 are occupied, the load factor is 80. So I'm using 80% load factor, which is the global average for aviation. It is 120 people per airplane. Can somebody do a calculation? 120 multiplied by 365. Come on, pull out your calculators. 43,800. We had about 44,000 fatalities in the US a year ago, now 42,000. What that means is every day 120 people are dying on the roads in the US. In India, it is about 4x that, which means it is equivalent to one jetliner crashing every day. And when a jetliner crashes, everybody dies, right? Do you think it is going to be big headline news on TV, in the newspapers, social media, that there was an airplane crash in such and such a place and 100 people or 120 people died? That would be, no? And for how long would that be in the news? 1 minute? 1 day? 1 week? 1 month? Yeah, typically. Say, oh, this happened, and then stories about, oh, this was this young person who was a rising engineer, this was a rising lawyer, this was a great artist, so on, and their families, you have stories about that. Then when we have 120 people dying on the roads, or here in India 500 people dying on the road every day, why is that not headline news? Why are we not paying attention to that? I'm asking you a question. Talk to your neighbors. I'll give you 30 seconds. Ask your friend what the question is. Those of you online, please check with your WhatsApp groups. Five seconds. Okay, time. I'm going to start with a group in the last row. Why? Why is this not a big concern for society, for the news media, or for the elected officials? No response from your team? Okay. The team in this corner, my right. I want somebody who hasn't spoken up to speak. Yeah, please identify yourself by name.
Sir, my name is Akshay. I am currently pursuing Masters in Transportation Systems Engineering, first year, IIT Guwahati.
Okay. Why is this not a big concern?
Sir, actually, firstly, I am apologizing for coming late.
That's okay. I just want your team's response. What did your team?
Because we had parallel MTech classes going on. Okay. So regarding the question, what I think is.
What did your group think? I don't want what you think.
So,
if you have a fight, you do arm wrestling to see who's.
So what we think is maybe the political scenario that is happening, like nowadays media is like the PR of the government, maybe.
Okay, all right. The group up front.
Yeah, so in our opinion that if a flight crashes, then 120 or 150% died at the same time at the same place. But if, like, as an example, 1% died in Guwahati right now, and at that minute 1% died in Kolkata, so it is like
it's spread over
the country. Yeah.
All right, the group in that row. You cannot give an answer that the others gave.
So the fact is, our answer was somewhat in between of both the point of views.
Okay. Please identify yourself.
Sir, I am Sunil Chandra. Right now, I am a master's student.
Yeah. By the end of this week, I hopefully will know you by name and face. That's my goal. Yeah. Okay. Next row.
Maybe it's not a headliner because same reason.
Same reason. Okay. Yeah. Tell me your name.
Satyam.
Satyam. Thank
First
you.
Year MTech.
Thank you. Next row.
So we also came up with the same reason, like.
Speak into the mic so people on the online can hear.
So we also came up with the same reason, like dying at a particular place with a particular reason is more impactful and is a big headliner.
Okay. Yeah. So anybody online, would you like to add to the conversation?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Chandrika is here.
Yeah.
So regarding the, I think when we say road safety is a shared responsibility. So in Indian context, nobody want to take the responsibility because everyone would be involved in there. So they would be responsible if they found in between. So that is the best way to save their own self. Just don't take the responsibility.
Okay, but why is it not a big news when you have so many deaths equivalent of 120 people, or in India 500 people dying every day?
I would say it's a political, there should be a political will. Nobody wants to.
Lack of political will. Anybody else online?
Sir, Aishwarya.
Yes.
Sir, I think there is a huge investment involved, like the insurance and all for, like whenever a flight crashes, a huge investment is involved, and people tend to the money or the capital thing project. Like if there's a leakage in our house, we can fix, and it is only a minor amount of money is involved. But if a dam breaks, I think it's kind of similar.
Okay, so it has to do with money. Aishwarya, you're at IIT Mumbai, right? Bombay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else online?
Ashwini Gupta, I think low value of life in India.
Low value of life in India. Thank you, Ashwini. All right, I had a hand up in the back here in the room.
Hello, sir. I'm Manas. Sir, I think if there's an airline crash, then the stakeholder is just the airline company. We can put the blame on them. But if there are road accidents, there are more stakeholders involved, from the PWD department to the traffic police and also the people living around the area. There are more stakeholders involved, and the blame is shifted from here and there.
And then the manufacturer of the vehicle?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So there are many reasons. Some of these are, it didn't happen in the same place, the gravity. It's like a huge detonation going off in one place versus many small Diwali firecrackers versus a big bomb somewhere, right? But we need to pay attention. If it happens to us, then we pay more attention. If it happens somewhere, oh, it's not, doesn't bother me. So we need to change that mindset and bring the political will, political attention, media attention. So that's what a lot of NGO organizations right in India are trying to do, is raise the awareness and value of human life. So let me keep going. So in New York City, it was in 2014, and this is a busy slide, but the point I want to make is the bottom part of the slide is crashes that involve pedestrians, or number of pedestrians who are killed. The next light blue are bicyclists, and the light gray are motorcyclists. So this is from 2009 to 2022, and we see it peaked in 2013, and then after the Vision Zero is introduced, there's a general lowering trend of the most vulnerable road users, pedestrians and bicyclists. For those of you who are not familiar with New York City, it is very dense, similar to like Kolkata or Mumbai, where you have very, very high density of land use, buildings, people per square foot or square acre per acre is very high, and a lot of people walk there. A lot of people use, they call it the subway system there, underground trains and buses, unlike many of the cities in the US that are to the west, where public transportation is not. So pedestrian traffic is very high, bicycle traffic is very high in New York. So that's why. The other examples I'll show you too. So there are some positive impacts that we can see from the Vision Zero. What did they do? They had lowered the speed limit all out across the city of New York on urban streets to 25 miles an hour, 40 kilometers per hour. Yes, we have high speed freeways and expressways, but they are limited access. Speed and red light cameras, automated enforcement. So that's some of the technology. Increasing time for pedestrians to cross the streets where you have traffic signals. So pedestrian fatalities dropped by 14%. In San Francisco around the same time, 2014, and what you see here are the blue is pedestrians killed, ranging from the year 2005 to 2023, and 2014 was where the Vision Zero plan was initiated. Yellow is people killed while bicycling, green is people in vehicles. So you see when Vision Zero started out here, there was an uptick, then it dropped, but in the last 2 years there's a slight increase. But if you were to look at 10-year average before versus after, there is a nominal decline, but it is not all roses. Here are things that they did: safer bike lanes, better provisions for pedestrian mobility, more data driven street designs or redesign. Where do you have more pedestrians? Where do you have more bicyclists? What are the speeds that we have posted versus what are the speeds that the motorists are driving at? If they are driving at much higher than the posted speed limits, what can we do? Narrow down the lanes maybe. So there are some examples. And then automated law enforcement policing. Impacts overall a 33% reduction in fatalities, but the trend is not necessarily as strong as we would like it to be. In Los Angeles, it was initiated a year later, 2015, but the data in Los Angeles are quite mixed. In fact, you see some increases. The chart here gives you total deaths on top. The red is pedestrians, yellow is motor vehicle operators, blue is motorcyclists, and the bottom gray is bicyclists. So it's all over the place, somewhat flat here, but what you're seeing is on this motor vehicles you see an uptick. Pedestrians, you see an uptick. I don't know the reasons for that. Another way to look at it is, here are what they did. The question I have at the bottom is, well, if the fatalities increase, why should we worry about Vision Zero? I ask the counter question. If you didn't have the Vision Zero plan, would the fatalities have been higher? So these are some of the, if those of you who are in transportation do statistics, Bayesian type of analysis, what if versus what if not. Bayesian statistics. I don't have an answer to why this is the case, but I would say that based upon my experience, if we didn't have the Vision Zero program, chances are that outcomes would have been higher. Oops. In Las Vegas, it was much more recent, 2 years ago. And full disclosure, I serve on one of the committees advising the city of Las Vegas for their Vision Zero program. And the goal is much longer. In 25 years, eliminate all fatalities. And there are various strategies. It is a much bigger thing than just the traffic department. Looking at it from the city council members, informing them, to working with the judges who do the traffic courts, working with police, better street design, implement safer speeds, bring about a culture change, a behavioral change. And minimize risky behaviors. Here we have 23% are due to impaired driving, driving under the influence, and 22% are speeding. Nipjyoti, I'm going to go maybe another 10 minutes. Okay. And so in Nevada, going beyond, Las Vegas is a city, Nevada is a state, like Guwahati is a city, Assam is a state. Most states, all states in the United States have a strategic highway safety plan that is required by the central government to get some funding for road safety and transport related activities. So initially in Nevada it was in 2006, and then every 5 years we updated. The chart here shows from 2013 to 2022, the upper part is the number of people killed and the lower is the number of crashes. So you see a close correlation. In the most recent year here, for which I show data here, 2022, there were 383 fatal crashes and 416 people killed. That number in a subsequent slide I'll show you, it's about 415. So it's been going up the last few years. Yeah, 2024 was 412, not 416. Why are we not making gains? We've been doing this for 20 years. The counter question is, despite doing this, we are seeing increases. What is working, what is not working? So once again, I chair one of the committees within Nevada. I'll talk to you about that in a minute. The state organization, so the state highway safety plan is a joint effort by the Department of Transport, which is the equivalent of Public Works Department here. The Office of Traffic Safety, which is all the law enforcement police agencies there. In the US, each city, each district has their own police agencies, and here in most states you have a state police that has the traffic enforcement. Maybe you have some metro areas city. So the focal, this is what collectively they agreed upon equity, engineering, education, enforcement, emergency medicine. But you will see engineering, education, enforcement, and emergency medicine across all states. Equity and everyone, some states have different variations of that. And in the last few months, we are seeing, based upon a change in our central government, perhaps a concern from road users and stakeholders that equity is not seen as in as favorable a light as in the past years. And the key areas are safer roads, vulnerable road users, safer drivers and passengers, and preventing impaired driving. And I chair the group on safer drivers and passengers for our strategic highway safety plan. And so once again, I am not going to repeat this. Oh, pardon me. We've seen this. Maybe if you want, you can continue, because like my lecture will be sequential. Okay. So I can take lecture after lunch also. Yeah, I should be able to do. I have 5 more slides. Oh, yeah, I should be able to wrap it up in the next before 12:30 for sure. So what you see here are the strategies are similar to what we saw in the other plans, not only across the US but across the world in the other case studies that I showed you. I wanted to point you to something that I discovered preparing for this. The state of Haryana adopted a Vision Zero plan. How many of you are familiar with this? May I have a show of hands? Anybody online familiar with the Haryana Vision Zero plan? Mr. Verma, yeah?
Yes, sir, I have heard about it.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, so pardon me if I am duplicating what you know, or if I say something that is incorrect or incomplete, please help correct or complete what I am saying. So there were 10 districts in Haryana. It initiated in 2017, 10 districts that adopted it. They rectified or remedied 24,000 kilometers of road. 9,000 were subjected to a road safety audit. I presume most in the audience know, all in the audience know what the road safety audit is. And they identified more than 465 black spots and had 386 law enforcement police drives for zero tolerance of whether it is speed violations or drunk driving, so on. And more than 1,300 investigation of actual crashes. They call it accidents. I changed the term to crashes. Okay. And what did it result in? Their analysis said that this resulted in saving more than 460 lives. So there is definite tangible results that right in India we are seeing adopting Vision Zero here. And here's a chart that shows from 2009 to 2019. I apologize for the numbers not seen. I just did a screen capture from the report. And the green numbers are number of people injured, the blue bars are the number of crashes, and the red line is the number of people killed. So you're seeing that number is from 4,600 went up to 5,057. And you could ask, hey, how can you say then 460 lives were saved? This is where I talked about the empirical based approach, where what if you didn't have this, what might have been the outcome? So don't let somebody else say, oh no, the numbers are increasing, so there's no benefit. You need to look at what if you had not done it, what might have been the outcomes. So the common 4 E's that you would have probably seen adopted across the world are engineering, education, enforcement, and emergency medicine. These are common across the world when you look at improving road safety. Most of us come from an engineering background, but we need to look at how do we parlay our expertise in our domain knowledge, work with others in education, enforcement, emergency medicine to improve adverse safety outcomes around the world. And leveraging data. So that's where we are at. That's why the goal of this 5 day, the remaining 4.5 days of this. And then how do we do some black spot or high risk areas, and how might we then work with the 4 E's and beyond the 4 E's to bring about change so that we have safer roads, better outcomes for users of the roads. The buzzword nowadays is AI, big data. Yes, we can leverage that. So as one of the deans talked about this morning, he works in electrical engineering, computer vision, so on. But we can, I work with an electrical engineering colleague who helps with this. I don't profess to have domain expertise in all of this. I know enough to know what questions to ask and how to do some of these things. Some of my students know much better than I do. Many of you probably use AI tools better than I do. But collectively, we have to work with each other. We bring different expertise. Work with computer scientists, data scientists, political scientists, education people, media and communications people. Bring all these data together. And we'll see some examples in day 3, day 4 of how we are trying to leverage some of these data. And not looking at what has happened. What do we know? What do we think will happen into the future? Predictive modeling. I'll just touch upon that, but not necessarily go into great detail day 4 of this course. So some of the technologies are ITS based systems. I'm not going to read it off. Most of you are, if not all of you, are already familiar with it. But many of them, while it is from an operational perspective, improve capacity of roadways, reduce delays, have direct implications for safety. So from ITS to advanced driver assist systems. This morning, first session, they talked about, oh, we put it on cruise control, go for kilometers and kilometers, but there's adaptive speed control. So if the vehicle in front of you slows down, the vehicle, your own vehicle slows down. Lane keep assist, lane departure warning. So these are specifically, ADAS is specifically for safety of those in a motor vehicle, but we need to be worried about pedestrians and bicyclists. So connected automated vehicles, and I want to extend this to connected automated vehicles and road users and infrastructure systems to avoid collisions. So nowadays, tell me if you haven't seen this. If you look at a pedestrian waiting at the edge of a roadway, bam, bam. Right? People have their head in their apps, not necessarily looking at their. But we can use technology. This is a pilot project we're working on. Is 90% of people in urban areas have mobile phones. If we can deploy some of the what we call CAVIS, connected automated vehicles and infrastructure, a motorist can be alerted that there is a pedestrian who's got his or her head in the apps trying to cross. Alert that. Likewise, some tactile, a vibration or something. We don't have the technology yet. If you're looking at cell phone technology, the latency of signals is in the order of 1 second or 2 seconds. That may not be enough. There are other technologies where the latency is 10 hertz, that is 1/10 of a second. We need that level of resolution to come. So there's a pedestrian, you track the movement, the speed, the location, the acceleration or lack thereof, and potential conflict with the motor vehicle, and alert both people saying that, hey, there is an impending path, trajectories that could collide. Even if you give half a second advance notice to the motorists, if they start braking, instead of a collision at 60 kilometers an hour, if you can bring it down to 30 kilometers an hour, the outcomes could be avoided. Or for the pedestrian, yes, okay, instead of stepping onto the street, they just at the last minute stop, last second I should say. So these are some of the V2I things. Drones, this is mostly for traffic monitoring, but enforcing traffic laws, speeding in particular, inspection of infrastructure in remote areas. I'm talking not just about roadways, roadway conditions, but traffic signs, traffic signals, so on and so forth. Are they not working properly? We can take advantage of solar technology to illuminate roadways. Typically at junctions, intersections, especially when you don't have an intersection for many kilometers, is when motorists are just driving by, used to, okay, there's nothing. But if you all of a sudden see lights, you come up and that intersection is illuminated. So a drone inspection could be that, hey, the light at this particular intersection, the street lights are not working. Simple thing, instead of having somebody drive back and forth. Yes, labor is relatively inexpensive in India, but I'm more concerned about timeliness of detecting something that doesn't work and taking preventive action. And lot of loss of life or injury happens when you have disasters, floods, hurricanes, cyclones, so on, when people are trying to get away. But then there is oftentimes the focus is getting off of somewhere, but not on what is happening in the motorized vehicle environment or pedestrians or bicyclists around. And in less developed countries, you have non-motorized animal driven vehicles too that have much different acceleration, deceleration capabilities, speed capabilities. We'll get into this later. This is my last but one slide. Over lunch, I would like you to use the time to talk amongst yourselves about what are the current status and practice in India related to safety. Can India adopt or adapt successful road safety policies? I am not just talking about implementation policies. What can we do and why can we not do it? What are impediments to it? Think about it, and this will be something we will touch upon in the rest of this course. And what are the challenges? Why can we not do it? I will stop with this slide that has my contact information. I presume all of you have my contact information. But everybody, I use this on every time I talk to audiences. Click it. Every time you are in a motor vehicle that has a seat belt, use the seat belt. Every position, front or back, every person, before the engine is started to after the engine is turned off. If you are on a two-wheeler, a helmet. Every person, all the time, every trip. Thank you, folks. I'm right at 12:30. So thank you for your attention. Are you going to switch into your presentation now, or? Any questions online, so, or here? Comments? Lunch at 1:30, or we can break for lunch now and start at 2 o'clock instead of 2:30. So break now and 2 o'clock. How many of you want to break now? A show of hands. Okay. What about online? Online, are you okay if we break now and reconvene at 2 o'clock? Does
Yes,
anybody
sir.
have
No
a
issue.
problem if we break now and reconvene at 2?
No, sir.
I see thumbs up, several thumbs up. Okay. So then we will start at 2 o'clock instead of 2:30. So we will be breaking now. So I will start my lecture and then followed by tutorial. Okay, folks, we'll see you in 90 minutes. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. So, whether an online participant can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hear you.
Okay. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. So in the morning, Professor Shashi has like set the platform. So now you know that like what is the context of this entire course, and he has also talked about like kind of 4 E's and a safe system approach, where like we wanted to have safe roadways, safer vehicles, safer road users. So all those things like we wanted to make it little bit ideal, but in actual things may not like look like ideal. Reality is like what the kind of roadway, what kind of facilities we have, that might be slightly different than what we desire to have as a ideal system. So we will just go through some of the slides which will tell you that what is the existing conditions at different location in India. You need to tell me that like what are the problems in particular slides, and then subsequently we will talk about like what is the current scenario in India, then state wise as well as the in particular in Assam, then what are some challenges which is there, and what are the government initiative to sum up them. So that is the overview of the like today's talk. So before starting the actual thing, so whether you see any issue with this slide? What are the issues?
Discontinuous guardrails.
So what will be the problem if this is discontinuous?
Sir, this is the discontinuous guardrail. Actually, sir, we provide guardrails in the clear zone. Otherwise, sir, when the vehicles will collide, it will go on that side and will not come up to the pavements. That's why we provide continuous guardrails here, sir. And second thing, sir, there the structures are created there. We should not create that structure there. We should provide guardrails,
so
black and white strips, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is correct. Like maybe we need to have, once we have guardrails or crash barrier, it has to be continuous. And these were the old practice where we had like the stone pillars, which actually indicates the driver that like this is edge of the kind of like not edge of the road, but edge of the boundary of that like embankment. So that way like we need to have the continuity. Then any issue with this picture?
Sir, that is unauthorized pedestrian crossing.
Yeah. So you had very nice divider and suddenly people make opening as per their comfort. And once you are like new to this kind of roads, you don't expect suddenly somebody will come from other side. Once you have this kind of high divider, you are very sure that like you will be able to move comfortably without interruption. So these kind of punctures, unauthorized punctures, will make it interrupted facility. Then any issue with the sign?
Sir, the object hazard marker which is used here, sir,
Yeah.
it is wrong, sir.
So why you say it is wrong?
Sir, we should use just like, sir, upward like sign here, so that.
Yeah. So here in actually this sign is correct, but picture was taken in that way. That is actually service road on other side. So this hazard marker is not for service road. This is for main road. But like yes, with this picture it is not clear. If it had been taken from this side, this would have been clear because there is like a culvert very close by. So on either side it is, but like the here major concern was that if you are having this kind of not maintained sign board, so it's not going to serve the purpose. Then any other issue here?
Sir, here is the edge drop, sir.
Edge drop. Okay. Anybody else? So this is actually this is the main road.
and then this is a culvert, and this is a passage they make it for pedestrian. So this object hazard marker is like out of this, where first hazard to motorized vehicle is this. So you have to have that like signboard to those objects which are closer to the road, not the far away from the road. So vehicle will like having more probability to hit this than that rear side pillar. So here, so although this is not very clear, few things, they had built rumble step with no signage, no marking, and even there was a U-turn sign, but there was no U-turn as such. So this is like kind of many times you will have this kind of rumble bars, but it's not, painting is not proper. Even this like this reflectors are not there, so you may not able to see these things in night time. And if you are moving at 80, 100, suddenly you will like your vehicle will jump off. This is a main road, and one road like maybe a minor road is joining this. So any issue with this?
Traffic sign is not here.
Traffic sign is not here, so maybe it might be there, but we had not taken the photo from far. So any issue with this junction? Not related to traffic sign. What is? Side distance, like with this figure, it that side might be, but this side you can't say until unless you take the picture from far away. So here, like you see, this road is at 90 angle with no flaring. So your vehicle doesn't go and take 90-degree turn and like go like this. Okay, you have to have some kind of flaring here, which will also improve the side distance. Okay. So in these kind of second, if you want to take 90-degree turn, like then you need to stop and then take turn. So any issue with this slide? So zebra crossing is nicely marked.
So it is on the wrong place.
It's wrong place.
Yes, sir, because on that median it is not plus. Median is not plus here.
Okay. So like this is like actual photograph taken on last year. So it's not like some of these photographs will be from Assam. It doesn't mean that like this only Assam, this kind of practice. This is like global. Any state you will go, you will find these kind of problems. And this is like, this doesn't require rocket science. Like if you are building these kind of facilities, how you expect pedestrian will follow these facilities? It's not only one, maybe like there might be others, like multiple places, like this newly built facility. So they had marked crosswalk, but they had marked at wrong places. Then this is a T junction where like there, I think like this like 4 and 5 meter deep valley on the other side. So now in this case, like if somebody is taking turn, and especially in like maybe in evening hours or low light time, then even a small mistakes a vehicle can fall in the valley side. Then this divider is like it's not visible at all at night time. So it should have some reflective, and because divider size is like huge, so it has to visibility of this kind of divider should be ensured. If you put these kind of reflectors, so it can properly lit. So here, if some driver make mistake and hit this divider, so we will report in our FIR say that this is driver error, but it may not be really driver error. So here in this intersection, this is minor road and this is a major road. Not clearly visible. Yeah. So here, if you are coming from minor road, you don't know who is going to come on major road, and major road is not able to see from minor road, and that is like national highway. So where vehicle might be moving at 80, 100 kilometer per hour, and as soon as like you try to move closer, you may not realize a truck coming on the other side may hit you. So and these kinds of like encroachment at the corner, that become very common in our case. Like wherever there is a junction, at just like right at the corner, you will see a tea shop will come up, and that create huge lot of problem. Once you have this kind of shop, there will be parking, there will be people movement. So that will create a kind of potential hazard for the accidents. So this we can skip. So here.
Sir, actually, sir, it is a sharp cut. We have to provide at least 2 chevron signs here.
In this?
Sir, only 1 chevron sign is provided.
Yeah. So there are 2, but it's still difficult to realize that like how sharp that curve is. So 2 is not the correct figure.
So 3.
So with 2 chevron sign, you can draw a straight line. You cannot make curve. At least like you should have 3 to realize that like how the sharpness of the curve. So in these cases, until unless you have multiple chevron sign, you cannot realize that how sharp this curve is. So any issue with this? Yeah. Yeah. Somebody wanted to say something? Online?
There's an extra carriage width there in the half pitch.
Yeah, road width is suddenly increase, or if you are coming from this side, decrease. So and the top of that, the edge drop is huge, more than 6 inches or maybe even 10 inches. So in these cases, like if two-wheeler went out of this edge, that become dangerous for him. So here anything? You have this sign. What is that sign? No overtaking. So any drawback with this? They had the small rumble strip, everything that is properly painted.
So the center line should be straight.
Which one?
Center line, center marking line.
Center marking has
Line
to
should be straight line.
straight line or continuous line?
Continuous line.
Continuous line. So if you are allowing like no overtaking, this center line marking has to be continuous. You cannot have like dotted one. Okay. So on one side you are saying that overtaking is allowed, on the other side you are putting a signboard and saying that overtaking is not allowed. So you are creating a kind of confusion for the driver. So either he will start disobeying that all the signs or this marking. So sometimes we become too generous. So we put too many signboard as we can have. So sometimes they had like contractor has certain kind of like requirement that per kilometer these many signs they have to keep. And if you start following at the end, like you left out with too many signs, you put every sign the signboard at this intersection itself. Now you can say this chevron sign, and one hand you don't have chevron sign, on other hand you have too many chevron sign. At the same time you can see that too many, because this place was a black spot. So this sign is like for black spot location, the black round. So then you have no overtaking sign, you have a speed limit, then you have zebra crossing, then T junction sign, too many signs overlay. So these many information if you give to any user, so after a while he will not read anything. So there is no point in putting these many signboards at one location, multiple locations, and sometimes they place in such orientation So, one sign is blocking the visibility of other sign. So, you are not able to see all the signs together. Okay, same issue, continuity. So, there is no continuity in crash barrier. And here, like at certain location, they had like put solar cat eyes. So, they had like kind of solar panel on the top, which will keep blinking in night. So, even if like you are moving in like two wheelers with low headlight, still you will be able to see that like something is there, because like it's red keep blinking. And if you want to check it, so you put your shoe on the top like this, then it will start blinking, because as soon as you block the top, it will assume that now is night, there is no solar light, it will start blinking. So, that way you can check it in daytime as well. Then here, which one? So, there are multiple signboards which are blocking each other. At the same time, vegetation is also blocking the visibility of signboard. And the other major issue which you are not highlighted. Yeah, this is not zebra crossing. So this road is turning. So anything else is required. Chevron sign might require on that side, but whether you are able to see that road is turning. So if somebody is coming from other side, you may not able to see. So clear view is not there. So everything get blocked due to this vegetation and the structure. So that clarity, until unless you have, in night time it become very difficult. Suddenly you and this road is undivided. So opposing traffic, you will may see that like suddenly somebody come in front of you. Okay. So again similar figure, I think same figure got repeated. Or so again you have multiple signboard. This being a hilly terrain, you may find like similar kind of location at multiple places. Although this picture is like say 2007, still at multiple places situation remains same. We don't have a proper crash barrier which can like protect the vehicle towards the valley side. We put some of the stones and believe that like maybe that will save the vehicle once they go out of the carriageway. Okay. So this is like one PMGSY kind of road. Another is on the top you have a major road passing. So this is a intersection, 4-leg intersection, where this road is like this major road is going at high altitude, this road is like just crossing that way. So this like kind of intersection, if some vehicle is coming from the bottom, you will not able to see who is coming on other side. So that kind of, as per IRC code, you should have at least 2 to 3 vehicle length as flat intersection. So at least the 10 meters you should have flat ground while having this kind of intersection, so that like vehicle can see that like what kind of vehicle is coming from other opposite direction. Okay. So this is a kind of road which is like getting expanded, 2 lane become 4 lane, and then you could see that like what kind of warning we are providing to the users. There are like certain bamboos stick with the reflective tapes, but if some like and some are like visible, some may not be visible in night time. So and this depth is like more than a meter. Okay, and sometimes like these rods which people carry that like overhang meters, and if you are not aware, especially in night time, then these things might happen. Okay. So this is like multiple places you may see this, they stack up to whatever maximum capacity. Okay. So that is all. So that was like few pictures which tells about that what is the existing condition. So we could realize that existing condition is not that great, and we need to make the infrastructure uniform, at least up to minimum standard, so that like driver can at least perceive that and realize. Now we will be talking about some of the data, and Professor Shashi has already talked about global data. So we will be more focused on the Indian context. Here this is the first and last slide where different countries data is there. So if you see the number of accidents, so we may find like very happy that like we are at second position. So number of accidents is much lower than US, but and if we divide by population, we become even more happy, because like our population base is high, so denominator is high, so everything comes down. So if we see the person killed, then everything got changed. So now here you have too many accidents, but fatality number is very low. So although this got updated maybe 40,000 as Professor Shashi says. So and here fatality is like multiple fold. So number of accident we might like accept, but not the serious and fatal one. So in our case, like because many of the accident does not got reported if they are not like having fatality and serious injury. So that's why they may be, although you have this number, but this number might you can easily multiply with 1.5 times. That might be the actual number, but still it will be far less than the US number, but fatality is like much higher. Okay, so this is the person injured. So person injured is like 3 times of the fatality, which is like as per current statistic, and that ratio is like more or less maintained. Okay, so this like why Professor Shashi asked like why if a jumbo jet is like every day crashing, why people are not like bothering about that, why it is not becoming big news in the country. So this similar comparison, if we compare COVID thing, so in COVID total death was 70 lakh, and everybody was like involved in this, like how he can prevent himself or like his family or his society or his country from this COVID virus. But if you see that like kind of death rate which happens to due to the road accident, that is like huge, but still like people are not very much aware of, like maybe not kind of concerned about, like this total death is close to 12 lakh, here it is 70 lakh. So 1/5 of that, and that is happening at regular basis, and still people are not taking stock of that. Okay. So this is like how the accidents in India like changes over time. So in between this number went down. What is the reason? COVID. So this is not like we did something great. Because of COVID, people does not travel. That's why like this number went down, and now you see that like this number is again going up. And if you see this demarcation, like maybe division, that among the total number of accident, fatal accident is 1/3, and then non-injury accidents are like very less, minor injury is like again 1/3. So if you wanted to figure out what will be the fatality, so you take the total number, divide by 3, you will get a rough number of how many fatalities are there. So fatality and serious injury, that kind of numbers are like very much related. Then what type of accidents we have? So we have reasonable number of hit and run cases, because still we are not having like kind of surveillance system at multiple places. So accident happen in night time and doesn't get like culprit doesn't get caught. So sometimes like still people are utilizing that kind of benefit of like having absence of technology, hit from the back, and majority of time these accidents happen like closer to the intersection, or maybe if you had like a big pothole, suddenly the front vehicle sees the pothole, is brake, but subsequent vehicle doesn't realize. So that way like these two makes 40%, then 12.5% you have hit from the side, then hit head-on collision. So this happens head-on collision mostly on the undivided road, where if you wanted to have overtaking and suddenly you realize that opposite vehicle is also coming. Then this number of accident which is like increasing accident severity. So this is like death per 100 accident. So on an average now you have like 37 to 36% died out of 100 accident. So it's like reasonably high number, and that is like still going up. Okay. Now this is like based on the severity level, means death per accident. So now here see that like these statistics looks like quite different than what you expect. Mizoram being a small state is on the top. So what could be the reason, like whether Mizoram is doing that bad, why it is on the top?
Because of the hilly area.
Because of the hilly area, that is like if you make any mistake there is no chance of survival. So that is one of the major reason. So the safety concern is also there, but that major reason is that like there you cannot say that like roads are forgiving nature. If you make mistake, make mistake. So you cannot like you may not be alive to make mistake again another mistake. And in similar cases, like if you see Sikkim and Assam, where we are like 42.6, where the national average is what 37, which we had seen in previous slide. So somewhat 37, this is like the nationwide, and this is state wise. So still like all these state, even some of the state which are not hilly, still they are like their death rates are much higher per accident. So this is one figure which quickly tells about that what is the road safety scenario in that particular state, if they are like not having a special terrain. Now this figure tells number of accident per 1000 vehicle. Okay. So it's going down over the time. So whether like we should be happy, why it is going down, whether we are making things like more safer.
Actually, number of vehicles is increasing. That's why.
Okay. Anybody else? So here like accident divided by vehicle. If you see vehicle growth rate, so vehicle growth is exponential. So your number of vehicle increases so much that your this statistics is going down. So that is why like once you see any statistics, you need to think twice, thrice before becoming happy. So some of these statistics you may see that like comes under paper, at newspaper and say that like we are doing great, but we need to see that what is in denominator. So if denominator having a kind of population or number of vehicle, we need to be very cautious to see that data. So here growth rate is much higher in vehicle side than the growth rate in accident. So that is why overall this is going down. So same thing with the fatality, that was the number of accident is fatality. So fatality rate is not growing the way we are this vehicles growth rate is sometimes in double digit. Okay. So here this is like construction of road, where we are constructing at growing at this rate, but number of registered vehicle is going at other rate. So, this is 3 times more. So, at the end we are seeing that like every city is having congestion every now and there. Okay. So, this is like another statistic which tells about that proportion of roads which we have. So, we could see that national highway has only 2.1% of the total length, but is almost like 1/3 of total accident it covers in terms of fatality. So, even national highway, state highway, so state highway is like slightly lower, but other roads which is having like much larger length, they also equally contribute to the national highway. So, length of the national highway is less, but contribution in fatality is much higher. So, and reason is that like they carry most of the traffic, 70 to 80% traffic is carried by national highway, and they had like high speed corridors, that is why fatalities rates are much high. So, here reasons we were discussing in morning, that what could be the reason for fatality. One is that over speeding, it's like 75% time reason might be for accidents are over speeding, maybe drunken driving. This others is like big number, which is like we yet to explore that what is the actual reason for accident. So, until unless we have like kind of either trajectory data or maybe CCTV or other surveillance instrument, we may not able to figure out why this accident happened. So, that number we wanted to make it 0. So, that at least we may be able to figure out the what is the actual cause of accident around 14% of the cases. Okay. Then this talks about that road accident on different proportion. So, same thing if you see that at different roads. So, in case of over speeding in highways 77%, in PWD state, so it's still 60 to 70%, and like in other roads they are 60%. So, in overall this over speeding is still a major cause, whether it is national highway or any other road. Okay. The same figure. So, this vehicle wise if we see, so majority of accident where fatality occurs, the two wheelers are one of the major like participation where like they do not have any cell to protect themselves. So, two wheeler is like one of the majority cases, and we have the proportion of two wheelers in most of the urban traffic is very high. So, next is like pedestrian who are like involved in accidents. Then this is like quite interesting. So, you have drivers which is like close to 70% which were involved in accident, they had like valid license. So, this means that like either our licensing system is having some issue. So, people who are like involved in accident, they are having so called untrained driver. So, while like non-trained drivers are lesser in accident. So, that way like we need to think of that like how to change or make the driving licensing system more strict, and this is age wise distribution. So, if you see that majority of the productive age which is like from 18 to 45, if you add it up, it goes up to maybe 2/3 of the total accident. So, we are like losing people who are from the productive age which is like from 18 to 45. Then these are the different category of people who are like involved in accidents. So, that pedestrian is like a pedestrian and two wheeler are most, this is 19% is pedestrian, and this 43% cases two wheeler, cars were 17%. So, if we add it up like even pedestrian, bicycle and two wheeler, so that become like 19 to 21 plus 40. So, that becomes 65% of the people who injured, they are like kind of who are non-motorized people, not motorized people, but they are like kind of more susceptible for the accident. This is okay. This was accident. This is fatality. So here this picture is like even higher. In fatality, these three category: pedestrian, bicycle, two-wheeler, they contribute almost 2/3 of the total fatality. Okay. So over speeding, this is already talked about. Then age-wise distribution we had talked about, but here if you see this gender-wise distributions are also given. So female shares are slightly lower, much lower. So it doesn't mean that they are good driver. Only thing that their proportion in driver itself is very low. So that is why these numbers are lesser. Okay. So quickly we will go through some of the statistics in terms of like different states. So if we see Assam in comparison to different accidents, so Tamil Nadu has highest number of accidents, then Madhya Pradesh, then Kerala, then UP. So and like maybe Assam comes 18th or 19th number in that state list. So this is like tabular format. So here if you see this 18, 20, 21, so this is still Tamil Nadu is on top. These are number of accident, but if as soon as you start looking the fatality, this table gets changed. Okay. So then UP become the top where number of fatalities are much higher, 22. So Tamil Nadu, like although a number of accidents are 67 or maybe latest like 20, so 50,000, they are like Tamil Nadu is like currently the best state in terms of like road safety implementation. They are able to implement lot of improvement policies, and that is why their number of accident and fatalities are going down. So other state has to implement in more strictly. The Assam is like 18th position among all these top states. Okay. So where UP is in number 1 in terms of like a number of fatalities. Okay. So here this is like the number of accident, number of person killed on different types of road and the proportion of the fatalities. Now among all these road geometries like a straight road, maybe a curve road, bridge, culvert, which you think that where accident will be mostly happening?
Straight road.
Straight road. Anybody else? So if you see the proportion, you might expect that it will not be a straight road, because straight road driving has become very easy. So why the accident should happen on the straight road, but majority of accidents or even fatal accidents are happening at the straight road. So how you can justify this, that if you see this kind of region for accident, so over speeding can happen on a straight road, and that is why like the straight road we see that like most of the fatalities. And junction is another place like where lot of accidents happen. Okay. And we believe that like accident might be happening in other adverse meteorological condition, but majority of accident happen in bright and sunny clear season, because like this kind of environment give you like offer you to drive at higher and higher speed. So once it is adverse, like you might be more cautious, you may not drive at higher speed, but in bright sunshine on a straight road like maybe encourage you to drive at higher speed. So this we had already discussed, and this month wise there are some seasonal variation, but more or less accident happens in all the months. So in like winter at some portion, because this is national average, so at some state, if you say like if you consider NCR Delhi region, monthly chart, you may see that in November, December, due to fog, December, January, there will be slight peak. Even in hot summer, also there are like slight peak in the number of accidents. Okay. With the time wise, we could see that like majority of accident happen in like late evening hours, like around 6 to 11 hours, because that is the time when people are in that rush mode to come back their houses. At the same time, visibility makes a like clear difference because absence of sunlight, so people are not able to see the opposing traffic. Okay. And this is like the accident chart among all 7 states in northeast. So here Assam is the like top among all 7. So and if you see the accident growth rate, this we can skip like in Assam. So in 2021 we had like 3800 fatality in Assam only. So this is like the maximum among the northeast, and here maybe they are contributing around 2.5% of the total national fatality in Assam, and this is like number proportion is increasing. Okay. And region is like here region, I think next slide, this is like grievance injury and fatality. So you see that like they are 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So like serious injury and fatality and the non-injuries, they share equally, and this is like kind of severity level. So national average is 37, but most of the northeastern state, they might have higher than the national average in terms of death per 100 accidents. So this is the region like where accident happens. So in Assam, again with the like nationwide, similarly in Assam also like 68% of accident happen due to over speeding, and they happen is in state road, they happen in sunny weather condition, and 78% of time due to human factor. Okay. And severity rate is like higher than the national average, and that is like increasing year by year. And another major difference is that like driving on wrong side and drunken driving is like drunken driving is much higher than the national average. So that is like another concern for this state, that we need to control drunken driving cases in order to reduce the number of accident. And this is like in similar. So majority of accident happen in late hours. Okay. So yeah, so this is like even within Assam we had district wise data, and we figured out like in different month why this accident suddenly peaks up in particular location. So what has been figured out, that over the time there are few incidences or few religious festivals, during that time suddenly movement, because movement increases, accident happen. So here traffic police, they are working on that, like they run special drives during these occasions. So the last year they are able to reduce the fatality by 10 to 12% from the previous year. Okay. So now quickly we will talk about like some of the challenges. One of the challenges is that enforcement related thing. So what kind of government initiative has been taken, then related to data recording, related to like crash test for vehicles, then training a personnel in terms of driving license. Okay. So now one of the initiative is that now Motor Vehicle Act has been implemented, where a few of the major changes is that like earlier we were having much lower penalty rates. So wrong parking and drunken driving were like, if you compare to other countries, our penalty rates are much lower. With the new Motor Vehicle Act, now this is the was the past penalty rate. Now you see that in some cases penalty rate has been 5-fold, In some cases, like maybe this few of the penalty rate which had been increases recently, driving by minor. Okay. So, this was not there. So, now if a driver which is like less than 18 years or 16 years, so prescribed age, so if got caught, then he will not be penalized, their parents will be penalized, they can go, they have to pay 25,000 penalty plus imprisonment, 3 months imprisonment, might also 3 years imprisonment also possible. So, that is like implemented throughout pan India, and that is like now had made significant improvement. So, this we had Professor Shashi has already talked about. So, we will discuss in detail in some of the subsequent lectures. Then in this case, like post crash response, earlier this was not our priority. Now, every state government is started working with the post crash response, and they had properly figured out and designated different hospitals across the state, like this is only Assam, and if you see all these highways, if you overlap, you will see that like along this highways they had designated, they had upgraded some of the hospital, existing hospital, so that they can handle the trauma care patient. So, that is like kind of initiative. They had realized that like post accident, if they are able to handle and patient can be treated within the golden hour, then lot of fatality can be reduced. Then another initiative related to accident data. So, IRAD system has been implemented, which is like a joint venture of IIT Madras and NIC. So, both now this like IRAD we will be discussing in separate class, that what IRAD is, what kind of data it like record, and how this data can be utilized. Then crash worthiness test. So, we were not having our own crash test program, where at different countries we are having crash programs, like whether rating different car rating comes, like whether they had 5-star rating in crash or maybe lower. So, now Indian government had come up with the our own Bharat CAP, Bharat NC CAP. So, where like we have our own star rating system. Okay. Then training a person to the driver to have a like rigorous licensing system. So, in this case there was like lot of issue, there were human intervention, and which like create a scope of giving bribe and getting driving license. So, to avoid that, we started working with autonomous testing track. In multiple states we had now automatic testing track system, where you need to drive your vehicle in the track, and then it will get recorded through video and sensors. So, at the end, once you complete your driving test, you will get result immediately without having any human intervention. So, that is like even in Assam government has announced I think 7 to 8 testing track, and few are under in progress. Okay. So, this is another testing track. Okay. So, this is all about like today's lecture, just giving you the overview that what kind of accident stats we have and what are the challenges, what are the government initiative. So, any question till now?
Yes, sir. This is Ashwini Gupta. I would like to ask. I mean, you had said that the number of accidents per 10,000 registered vehicles.
Yes.
Do we have any statistics on actual vehicles on road? Number of accidents per actual vehicles on road? Because as the number of registered vehicles rise, obviously the accidents are also increasing. So do we have some statistics on whether the number of vehicles on road, I mean, as they increase, so have the accidents increased, or in what proportion the accidents have increased with respect to the number of actual vehicles on road?
Yeah.
I don't know whether I'm able to raise the question clearly.
Yeah, I understood your concern. So maybe like you are saying not the total number, but the vehicle which are currently plying on the road. So getting that number, that at particular time how many vehicles are plying on the road, that is little challenging. The reliable data is not available for that. But if we do some kind of maths and considering that okay, design life of a particular vehicle is like 15 years or 20 years, in some of the state that like in Delhi NCR they had like 15 years or 10 years of registration validity. So considering that some number can be obtained, but yes, that data is not available in public domain, like that clear statistic that how many vehicles are on the road and then how many accident happen due to that vehicle. So total vehicle we have, because that is properly registered, but at a time how much proportion of vehicle is on the road, that kind of survey is not done.
And also this, I mean, when we say level of service, so obviously with level of service A, the number of accidents I believe would be higher than when the level of service is C, D, or E. Is that right? I think when level of service is A, then the accident would be highest.
So it's partially correct. Like if we are having level of service A versus level of service C, in level of service C, number of accident might be more, but yes, in level of service A, fatal accident will be more. So if we see crash potential, like number of fatality per 100 accident, in case of level of service C, that crash potential will be lower than the level of service A. Okay, so that is why like in urban areas, in like especially in peak hours, you will have less fatal accident. But that is not the reality, because like sometimes even in Guwahati also, in some of the meeting it is raised that like Guwahati city is like very safe, because like hardly traffic moves. So average speed you figure out like it will be 15 kilometer or 20 kilometer per hour in daytime. So in that speed, if even if accident happen, it cannot be a fatal accident. But the traffic does not remain same the entire day. During the late hours or maybe early morning hours, the same road remains empty, and that time like over speeding happen and the fatal accident happen. So even though like this metro, Guwahati metro, they had like having most of the time congestion complaint, but number of fatalities is still higher among all state, all other districts in the Assam. So that way like we can say that like once level of service C is there, maybe fatality might be less, but most of the in those cases accident happen in early morning or maybe late hours, fatal accident especially. Okay, I hope I had answered.
Yes sir, thank you very much.
Yeah. So any other question from online?
Oh, sir.
Yes. Okay. So if there is no question, just like I will take another 2 minutes to just highlight. So new participant. So we are going to have a conference in December, 17 to 20th December. CTRG, Conference of Transportation Research Board, Transportation Research Group of India. So and paper call is already on. So and last date will be 15th of April. So people like who are willing to submit papers can submit before 15th April. And we will be this selected paper will be published in 2 of the international journal. One is Transport Research Record, another is like Transportation in Developing Economy. So these 2 journal which is published by Springer, and both are SCI indexed. Okay. So and these are other details. And if some people are interested in that, this conference is like organized by IIT Guwahati and Transportation Research Group of India. So you can join also this Transportation Research Group of India. So this is like about CTRGs. This is just video, like it will tell about past CTRG, where it happens, what was the scale, just a glimpse of that, starting from first CTRG in 2011, then this CTRG was in Agra 2013. So, then this was like in Kolkata. Then this was IIT Bombay. So, 2019 in Bhopal, then NIT Trichy. So, this happens in pan India. So, where generally 300 plus people joins this conference. Okay. So, this is the one opportunity. People like wanted to submit paper can quickly submit. So, thank you.
and then we'll go online. Oh, I have to turn it on. Thank you. I had turned it off when we were talking. Yeah. Yeah, now it is on. Online people, can you hear me now?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. So what I said is I see a few new faces in the room here and I see a few new names online. So if you have not introduced yourself in the morning, I'm going to have you introduce yourself so that the other people in the room or participants online and in the room know who you are. And if you are not here in the morning, there's going to be a quiz at the end. You need to know the names of everybody else, okay? All right, if you're not here in the morning, you got more homework. Let's start, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself.
Sit down,
Okay.
you don't have to stand, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Shivam, and I'm a second year MTech student in IIT Guwahati only. So I'm doing my MTP project under Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Maurya only. And my MTP is titled as Use of Driver Simulator and Eye Tracker to Analyze Driver Behavior in the Glare Condition. And I'm basically from Himachal Pradesh.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I am Niazuddin, research scholar, PhD, pursuing PhD from IIT, this institute, and I am from Kolkata, West Bengal.
Okay. I see a few names online. If you did not introduce yourself this morning, please speak up and introduce yourself. Tushar, were you here this morning? No. Somebody else spoke up. Please go ahead.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Sorry, sir. I wasn't audible in the morning time.
Okay.
Now I've sorted the issue. Let me introduce myself. I am Krishna Kishore, PhD student at NIT Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. My native is Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Sir.
Okay. Excellent. Anybody else online who did not introduce yourself this morning? Tushar, are you there? Did he introduce himself this morning? Tushar, I don't remember. Okay. So welcome back. So this is something that Professor Maurya, Dr. Bharadwaj and I had envisioned as mini group exercises to have you build on what you heard this morning and what you heard from Professor Maurya this afternoon. I'll have prompts, okay, and for each prompt you will have some time to discuss amongst yourselves, and then after each prompt I'll give you time limit, and I'm going to call on each group. Here we have 3 groups of 3, and online we have already set up WhatsApp groups. There are 5 WhatsApp groups. We would like those of you who are online to connect with your WhatsApp group within the time limit, and for each prompt I want you to designate one person on your team who is going to summarize the team's discussions. But it cannot be the same person responding for every question, every prompt. So I'm trying to give everybody an opportunity to get engaged. But before I do that, this morning I had asked a question, and we had an online poll option, input option. So this is what we see. We had 12 respondents. And the question was, what are the main causes of road crashes in India? And the size of the lettering in a word cloud, if you haven't seen a word cloud, gives the relative importance that how many people thought that was important. So overspeeding is the common one, the most common response that you all provided. And as I showed you in one of my slides earlier this morning, that was the top concern in terms of causes of road crashes in India. That seems to be also the primary cause of road crashes in the developing nations, overspeeding. Okay. So, having said that, let us transition now to the questions that I have. The first question, I had this as the last slide or one of the last slides this morning, is discuss amongst yourselves what do you think is the current status and practice in terms of promoting safety. It is in terms of promoting safety. The key words are promoting safety. So, I will give you 10 minutes, and if you want to chat amongst I want you to chat amongst yourselves. Those online, if you do not know which WhatsApp group, let us know, just put a message in the chat box, I will monitor it, and I will get help from one of the people here who helped set up the WhatsApp groups. So, let us go. You have 10 minutes. What is the current status and practice in India related to promoting road safety? You came just in time. So, this is a question you need to team up. You have 10 minutes to discuss this question. I have 4 such questions. So, we will have subsequent ones. Sit next to each other like you want to talk to each other, okay? Yeah, please make notes of your discussions, because at the end one of you will have to summarize what your team talked about. And one of the things also is, after you summarize, whether you take a screenshot if you are writing it, or if you are typing it on a computer or on a computing device, you can just submit it to us through those online, through your WhatsApp group. Those who are here will figure out a way, maybe you can enter it into the chat box. No, I am okay. When I am tired, I will sit down. Yeah. Most of the time, even in my office, I have a stand-up station. So, 70% of the time I try to stand. And it has to do because as I am getting older, I have some lower back issues. And that is the same thing I told you when traveling, I cannot sit for. Yeah. When I came, yes, I got free. Going back, I am waiting list. Sometimes maybe just 1 hour before, sometimes I get 3 days before. It depends on how many seats are available. And I cannot do the upgrade myself because it was bought by the travel agency. I tried many times with the airlines and so on. So, I will keep a track. If it does not look good on Wednesday, maybe we can ask Baumer Lowry here to see if they can get a quote for how much it will cost to upgrade. But when I book my tickets, I also look at, given the amount of travel I do, 1 minute to go. Okay, time हो गया. Shall we get going in terms of report backs? I'm going to alternate between people here and online. So since we have 5 WhatsApp groups, I'm going to start with WhatsApp group number 5 online. Who is the representative for WhatsApp group 5? Who is going to report for WhatsApp group 5? Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Chandrika this side.
Okay.
So no one responding from my group, so I am just leading this group.
Okay. For this question you're
Yeah.
leading, but I want the others to take turns for the other questions.
Yes, definitely, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. So regarding the current status and practice in India, what so far I have received within the group. So here, let me just read it. So regarding basically in terms of the gender, male are the more affected population compared to the female counterpart, and the current what actually from the government side what they are focusing: road safety advocacy, improving trauma care services, and focus on improving infrastructure, and focus on behavioral change, which is currently Ministry of Road Transport Highway is focusing more. At some extent adopting modern technology to surveillance the traffic movement in some cities, and focusing on building safer system infrastructure, use behavior, and
Okay. All right. And do you have all of this in your WhatsApp group chat? I presume so.
yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's yeah, I read. Yeah. Thank you,
Okay.
sir. Over to
So
you.
please introduce who are the other members of your group. Please, since you led the summary, I want you to tell me the names of the other 2 people on your group. I'm going to ask you.
I can just name Aishwarya here, and other I can't see the name because number is only in group.
Okay. So other than Aishwarya, who is the 3rd person? Can you speak up? We'll find it. Okay. So any questions or comments to Mr. Verma? Okay. So let's start with the last row here. If you can give a report of what your team discussed and what you all agreed is the current status and practice in India related to protecting road safety. You came just as everybody else started. Okay, I will excuse you this one. All right, next row. So first introduce yourself so that everybody else online will.
Myself Daniel Dole. I am a PhD scholar within IIT Guwahati.
Yeah, that's enough. Yeah.
Okay. So current status here in India is that poor driver behavior in India, and also the law enforcement is not strict due to bribing culture. This is the main point in traffic we seen, and also the infrastructure is not good, though it is evolving significantly. And if we see the practice in India, there are many policies that have been integrated within India, like Motor Vehicle Act 2019. Suppose there are stricter penalties are involved, and compensations for victims whoever get accidents, and also the promoting electronics monitoring management such to improve accidents from any fatalities. Also the road engineering and infrastructures, as well as the IRAD. If we speak about IRAD, sir, integrated road accident database. With the data, we can get better policy for making for road improvement infrastructure.
Yeah, but
also, sir,
yes. Go ahead.
Also, the road safety audit is one part that can improve within our Indian, because while we build a national highway, there is always a purpose to get the idea of the road, sir. Suppose we visit the field and try to figure out what are the main causes within the junction point, or as well as the curve point, as well as straight road. Is there any signal, or it is the landmarking is not clearly visible? As well, suppose we have the electric poles. We have seen within national highway there are many electric poles that has not been placed properly within particular places. That makes one of the key point while accident happens. And also, sir, if we see the landmarking where the shoulders are there, shoulders have not been properly implemented for road for a vehicle to move sidewise, and that's all, sir.
Okay, thank you. And who introduced the members of your team?
Yes, sir. With me, Ritesh, Kumar Rao, and Subham.
Okay. So one point I had is you mentioned IRAD, but that is not the current status. That is what is going to come, right?
Okay.
I want everybody to focus on what is happening now or what has happened. I'm very happy that you're thinking about what is coming. I have another question for that. Okay. Don't jump ahead.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions from people online for, I'll call this in-room group 1? Comments? No. Okay. So WhatsApp group 4. This is being recorded, no? Yeah. WhatsApp group 4.
Hello, sir. This side is Pratyush.
Okay.
Speaking from IIT Bombay.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, sir. So, few things that I would like to discuss is in India there is a Road Safety Week we celebrate every year. So, Road Safety Week is celebrate like we from starting of the year we make this program, and it's on a national level.
Okay.
So Road Safety Week is one, and school and college programs. A large number of schools and colleges are including these safety programs in their curriculum. And since 2019 Motor Vehicle Act has come, so the penalties on helmet and what we say seat belt. So the penalties have been increased, and Supreme Court in 2019 also directed states to focus on institutional framework on the enforcement on medical care infrastructures. And right now, 8 states have audited more than half of the national highway length. So, but still a large number of states are lacking this. But 8 states have said about their roads and their what programs they are taking on to combat the road safety.
Okay. Thank you, Pratyush. Who are the members of your team?
I have Shruti Singh from IIT Bombay.
Yes.
And other members, I don't have idea. So,
But I hope they have been contributing through the WhatsApp group.
so I received the Shruti message.
Okay, all right. So we will look into that because I want everybody to participate. That's how not only will you learn, that we will learn from you too. Each of us brings varied experiences. All right, in room group 2, the next row to the front. Who is the spokesperson?
Hello sir, myself Shashi, PhD scholar. So from the discussion of our group, we have certain key points, like governments are implementing various laws, NGOs and institutions working side by side to educating people, like IRSC, it's Indian Road Safety Campaign. There are certain governments who try to improve the design efficiency. Now the India working various on ADAS and e-vehicles. We are using so many surveillance cameras to get the trajectory data, to get the road safety audit data. Government have initiated the scrapping old vehicles. Also the fines are increased by almost 10 times. Governments promoting public transports. So these are also the factors to reduce the accidents. Also for the, we have dedicated freight corridors. And for the infrastructure development, we have PM Gati Shakti. So these are the major key points, sir.
Okay, thank you. So what was the last but one point? Promoting public transport, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you expand a little bit on the Indian Road Safety Campaign?
So it's like there are so many NGOs and governments working side by side to educating people.
So these are a collection of organizations,
yes, sir,
who are working on the Indian Road Safety Campaign.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with any NGO? Can you name any NGO?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Good. Who are your team members?
It's Asgar and Ishita.
Ishita?
Ishita.
Ishita, not Ishika, right? TA. Does anybody online have any question? Comments for this group? Anybody in the room? Here? No, okay. Next up is WhatsApp group 3. Who is going to speak for WhatsApp group 3? Akhilesh, do you see WhatsApp group 3 interacting there? I'm going to skip to WhatsApp group 2. We'll come back to WhatsApp
Hello,
group.
sir.
Yes.
Group 2, sir.
Okay.
Myself, Krishna Kishore, PhD student, sir.
Okay.
Myself, Mr. Ashwani Gupta, and one more person belongs to group 2, sir. Only number is there. I couldn't able to see his name.
Okay.
So we 3 belong to group 2. We were discussing about the 4 E's of traffic safety, sir. Namely, the education, engineering, enforcement, and emergency service.
Okay.
So on education topic, the road safety campaigns, like the promotion of road safety campaigns organized by various NGOs and government officials, and road safety education in curriculum, school education, sir. So that we were discussing. And with respect to engineering sector, electric vehicles, like promotion of electric vehicle to reduce CO2 emission, laying new roads to improve road infrastructure, ITS implementation, and some variable messaging signs like prompt variable messaging signs for alternative route diversion, etc. And the number plate recognition cameras to automatically detect the red light violation and other the violation. And regarding the enforcement, the new amendments in Motor Vehicle Act, and the one particular new rule has been introduced in the new amendment, that is the driving by minor. So there is a penalty for that. And regarding the emergency services, designating trauma centers near hotspot locations.
Okay, I think Professor Maurya had highlighted
Yes.
the last two
Yes,
ones.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Romba nandri.
Vanakkam, sir.
Okay. Questions from the room, from the audience? Comments? Okay, online, any questions or comments for Kishore and Ashwini? Krishna Kishore, I should say. No, this is a pretty silent group. In room group 3, I'm going to move forward.
Sir, if we talk about the current status of the road accidents.
Please introduce yourself so everybody online can identify you too.
Sir, my name is Rahul Narayan. I am accompanying with Sanatan Das and Nizamuddin.
Okay.
Sir,
go ahead.
Yes, sir. Sir, if we talk about the current status of the road accident of India, sir, there is 1264 accidents and 462 deaths every day, or 53 accidents and 19 deaths every hour in the country as per the road accident 2022, which is published by the MORTH. And sir, the traffic death comes on the first rank in the case of the accidental death as per the NCRB report. Sir, if we talk about the practices, sir, the first one is the educational measures. In the educational measures, we have made mandatory to did road safety audit for all the auditors as a certification course. And if we talk about the road engineering, sir, if there is any NH having high frequency of the accidents, that is, we can say black spots, in that case we have to make model safe roads, and we have started electronic detailed accident report. In the case of the vehicle engineering, sir, we have mandated FitMETs and ABS. In the case of enforcement, sir, we have come with MVA 2019. And in the case of emergency medical service, government had introduced a concept of good Smartian law.
Thank you. Any questions for this group or comments for this group from people in the room? No?
Just to add one thing. So, Bush-Martin law is something which is added because many a times when accident happen, people are hesitant to admit the victim to the hospital because of many legal issues. So that hassle has been removed through this law.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so let me just expand on that. What Rahul and his team talked about, the last point was the introduction of the Good Samaritan law. So that is, if somebody who's not involved in a crash stops to help, provide support, provide assistance, or take those injured to the hospital, that person will not then be subject to, forced to go to a police station, forced to go to a court, so on and so forth. That they did it in good faith to help, and maybe they may have to provide an FIR or statement, and after that they will not then be penalized for being a good person to help those in need. Did I summarize that correctly? Yeah. Because I have seen this right in India. There are other motor vehicles, there's a crash and others are just going by, they don't want to stop because they are afraid if they stop, then they will lose the rest of the day, rest of the month, rest of the year, just being chased by police and courts to say, describe what they did or what they saw, so on and so forth. Thank you, group 3. I'm going to go back to WhatsApp group 3 online. Are you there? Anybody from WhatsApp group 3? Were you able to see if anybody from WhatsApp group 3 participated? Okay. Ashutosh, are you able to provide your comments?
Yes, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Sir, in India, the current practice regarding road safety is several things like National Road Safety Policy 2010, Motor Vehicle Amendment Act 2019, and National Road Safety Month and Week. Road safety. There is a road safety audits for all type of roads like national highway, state highway, rural roads, and there is a vehicle scarpage policy, and also government promoting public transportation such that for public. So the private vehicle count should be low in on the road, and that's also.
Thank you very much, Ashutosh. So please keep this point, the last point that you mentioned, promoting public transport, use of public transport, so as to minimize the vehicle miles of travel by private vehicles. Please keep that point in mind. Later on during the workshop, we will talk about some of the factors we need to consider when we quantify safety. So this will be one of the items that I intend to discuss. If I don't discuss it, please call me out and say, Professor, you said you will discuss it, you haven't.
Okay, sir.
All right, thank you. So now in room group 4. Is this enough time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, sir, myself Pritam Prakash Shah. I am a MTech student. Sir, I will start from field of engineering like Zero Fertility Corridor. Some organization are in India who are working on this particular program to make a Zero Fertility Corridor. And after that, sir, for vehicle safety standards, different level of ADAS techniques are getting used in there. ABS is there, and as well as airbags. And for vehicle, we are also taking care of the children's to make their safer seat within the vehicle. And if I talk about the enforcement, so recently only government increased the penalty by 10 times. After that, if I talk about the training or education, so recently government is giving the training session to the drivers to know the driving methods and the mental health of particular drivers. And also I already mentioned that good Samaritan law is also, and they are also including the school transport with the public transport, because in school transport also our vulnerable users are there. After that, sir, I want to mention, as already black spots are identified by the MRTH. So before going to the black spot, nowadays they are using application of artificial intelligence to identify the most unsafe areas beyond the black spot. Like today that spot is not a black spot, but tomorrow that can be a black spot. So they are identifying before, and they gave the name that is gray spot. So that is the one more. And if we see that towards the rectification of the identified black spots, so they are also developing a detailed project report on that to get rectify from that particular black spot.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Pritam Prakash. Who are your teammates?
So in my team, Abhishek is there, okay. Sachin, Himanshu, and Vinit.
So is it because you had 5 people you needed more time? More debate? Yeah. Just one more group and then we can. All right, any questions? No question, no chai. Okay. Anybody online? No. Okay. So if I got it right, the last group we need to call on is WhatsApp group 1. Who would like to represent WhatsApp group 1?
Sir, I will. I am Anurag Kumre.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Anurag Thomre, PhD scholar at IIT Roorkee. My team members in the group are Mr. Vishal, Mr. Ritvik, one person whose name is not visible. So there are three, excluding me. So coming to the question of current status and practice in India. So current status, so more or less the current practice is more towards a reactive approach, wherein more emphasis by the government and the agencies is towards like after crash is occurring. Which is actually not like helping us to bring down the accident numbers, and that's the prime reason why we are like missing our road safety targets. First decade of action also we have like missed our target. Same situation is going on in the second decade of action itself. So overall the status is not good, and it's in the declining trend itself. Now coming to the practice, what has been opted in India. So now coming like going by the ease of road safety measures. So coming first to the engineering measures. So safe system approach as a philosophy, people are like trying to understand, but still due to the lack of any practice manual, still the agencies and the professionals who are involved in this domain are not able to implement or execute properly. Secondly, coming to the education. So yes, government and the different agencies are actually like providing more impetus and work, like starting from road safety week. Now it has increased to a month. So now we are having annually January or in the month of February, we are having a month where we actually like there are seminars, webinars, awareness campaigns throughout the country level. So this is the a major work which has been update in this field. Coming to the enforcement, again there are many gray areas and laws which are being framed from last 4 or 5 years, be it Motor Vehicle Amendment Act. Now there is another updation in the BNS for the hit and law. Again, because the hit and related crashes are increases in the Indian context. So now government has brought in a new law, but again there are like execution and implementation challenges. So again, there has been there has not been a finalization of how we can improve the existing law so that all the stakeholders on board. So that's the overall like situation in the Indian context.
Thank you very much, Anurag. For those who are online, do you have any questions or comments for Anurag, Vishal, Ritvik, and the other person on the team? Anybody here? No question, no chai and no snacks. Okay, last time I said no chai, but now no chai and no snacks. No, you guys is way too shy. All right. So we thank you all. I appreciate it. I have 3 more prompts in this, and we have time at least until 5 o'clock, but we are going to take a 10-minute break right now. But the following prompts, I will only give you 5 minutes to discuss, and I may not ask everyone to report. I may just call randomly. So be prepared to report. I just want to be mindful of the time that we have. But I want it to be a meaningful exercise. Even if you do not report, those of you who are on the WhatsApp groups, please type in your group's comments on WhatsApp, the group. Those of you who are here, I would like you to summarize your discussions through the chat box in this for this video session. Okay? Professor Maurya, 10 minutes okay? Okay, it is 4:02 by my watch, so to 4:12. I will start promptly at 4:12. All right, those of you online, you can take a bio break, as we say, or if you have chai or coffee or nimbu juice, whatever it is, you can enjoy that for 10 minutes. Be ready to come back.
Sir, I have a question to you.
Yeah.
Sir, the earlier group one asked about the electric vehicles. They are adding the traffic safety to the electric vehicles. Actually, what it means, like traffic safety, implementing electric vehicles on the road, it will give a traffic safety.
I don't have an answer this instant. I think I know what they were talking about, but chai is waiting. It's going to get cold, so we'll go take care of chai first. Those of you who are online, do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for verifying that. People here are not yet back in the room, but in the interest of time, I said I'll get started. At this time, I'm already 2 minutes behind. So let's get started. The last question before we took a break was the EVs and how does it affect safety. And as related to this particular course and workshop focused on data, I don't see a strong direct tie, but there are certainly concerns about both EVs helping safety and EVs not being good for safety, more so from a vehicle mechanics perspective and the fuel and combustion of fuel. But at the same time, there is a lot of concern from emergency responders on if a EV catches fire, how to respond to the battery fire. But that doesn't apply in the context that we are talking about the road user safety. So I'm going to defer that, and I'm happy to talk to you outside of the formal sessions.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions? So I'm going to speed up the discussions. I told you I have 4 more questions. The next question is, what are the pressing needs in India? And I'm going to give you 5 minutes for your group discussions. And once again, I need somebody from each team to summarize your team's response. It cannot be the same person who summarized it previously. So 5 minutes from now, starting now. You can only talk to your team. You cannot talk to the other team. That's foul. For the next question, I'm going to have you split up. I don't want 5 people, 3 and 2. You can decide which 3, which 2. One minute. Okay, time. So unlike the last question, in the interest of time, we have another 40 minutes and I have 2 more questions. I will call on a few teams, and all of you who are in this room, please enter your, are you logged into the session? How do we get them to enter their responses here? Write it and we'll capture it and we'll figure out a way, okay, because I want to get that. And I'm slow writing when you speak. I cannot write as fast as you speak. So let's start with the group in the middle, the gentleman with the red t-shirt, and your group. Tell me who you are, and you only have 1 minute to summarize key points of your discussion. So Ritesh, you're speaking for your team?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Speak up so others know who's speaking.
Hello everyone, my name is Ritesh Rao and I am representing my group with Daniel and Shubham. So the pressing needs in India for road safety are enforcement of the traffic rules. We are lacking in the enforcement of the rules in India right now. Need of automated system and stricter penalties. Also the helmet and seat belt compliance. Safe road infrastructure. Right now we are facing a problem with poor road design, pedestrian infrastructure, and poor crash barriers. Mostly the end treatment of the crash barriers too, and irregular and missing crash barriers at the curves and at the required place. Driver training and licensing. Right now getting the license in India is very easy. I am embarrassed to say this, I am having the 4-wheeler license and I can't drive. So I think that
you know it is recorded, right? And it will be on YouTube.
So I'm learning now.
Okay,
yeah.
So time.
Okay.
I have to keep going, so thank you for capturing the highlights. WhatsApp group 3.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yes, Ashutosh, are you the only one on WhatsApp
Yes.
group 3?
Sir, me and one more students there, but I don't see the name.
Okay.
So,
can that student speak
so-
up since you presented the previous report? Can the other person present the report? Tushar?
Sir, I don't. Sir, so can I speak, sir?
Yes, just go ahead. For the next one, I want the other person to be ready to speak.
Okay, sir. Sir, in India, a better infrastructure development should needed to upgrading the road network, enhancing the public transport, and also we can integrate naturalistic driving behavior to improve the safety, to improve the safety, and also immediate response at accident location, and and also to access the accident data, there need a transparent system so that enhance road safety study.
Okay, thank you, Ashutosh. Out here, the team up front.
Sir, I'm Shanthan Dash, and sure, as per our conversation, we come to this point that the regular inspection of the road and the vehicle should be checked up regularly. For vehicle safety standards should be maintained, like the brakes and all, and enforcement should be more strict there, and free medical aids should be there for the people if there is any emergency. And sir, as per NVA 2019, fines should be more strict, because otherwise it will not affect to the people.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. WhatsApp group 4.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
I'm Shruti. I'll be taking up this question from WhatsApp group 4.
Okay.
So the pressing matter which India is facing with regards to road safety is, firstly, we need to strengthen our road safety governance. Like, there are a lot of laws and amendments have also been done to the laws, but at state level, the implementation needs to be checked. Plus, there are states who haven't dedicated a good chunk of fund for studying these auditing roads and studying the roads in their area. Then we need improved infrastructure with respect to, say, we need pedestrian friendly infrastructure for walkers and cyclists, because they actually constitute a good chunk of accident who are facing accident. They are the vulnerable user categories. So for them, we need a good chunk of infrastructure. Then we need a better implementation of traffic calming measures in high risk zones. And as far as policy implementation is concerned, we need a very robust crash data collection and surveillance system, because that is something which we are lacking behind by a good margin. Like, whatever reports which we have, the police data or health sector estimates, they have a lot of gaps. They are quite underreported. So we need a good and robust crash data collection system. And apart from that, we also need better funding to contribute towards the research and policy development, and more focus in public awareness and educational program.
Okay, thank you, Shruti. Is it Pratyush who is on your team?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anybody else on your team?
There are people, but I don't know their names, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, that's one of the things, is to get to know each other. By tomorrow, when we do the next tutorial, I'd like you maybe spend 30 seconds introducing yourselves to the others, especially those online. Okay?
Sure, sir.
Thank you, Shruti. Thank you for accepting that deal. Okay, here, WhatsApp group. Do we have 2 groups in the last row or 1 group? Okay, and you're on both groups? The one in the middle? 3 plus 3, okay. I'm just adding him in both groups. All right, so who's making the presentation? Chalo. No, the people online cannot hear you if you don't use a microphone.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Sachin. Now India faces several pressing needs across various key sectors, but according to our road safety, fertility challenges for awareness campaigns like National Road Safety Month and Good Samaritan Law. And second is to encourage policy and enforcement like Motor Vehicle Act and road safety audited for current project as well as future project regarding traffic analysis, and for regarding technological and infrastructure improvements.
Okay, thank you. That was
Yes.
very quick and terse. Appreciate that. All right, so let me go to WhatsApp group 5.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, is that Aishwarya?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so according to our discussion, accident or injury, it should be highlighted as one of the major domain in public health sector. Then the vulnerable road users such as the pedestrian, cyclist, or the two-wheeler safety should be should come ahead of the, like, it should be given more focus. Then strengthening of the enforcement, improving the design and quality of infrastructure, educating drivers or the road users. Inadequate emergency system management is there. So for the near the golden hour response system should be encouraged, like improved. Then implement vision zero like policy in local level, standardization of vehicle or safety protocol throughout.
That's a lot. You just hurried up in 1 minute. So vision zero, and what was the last thing you said?
A standardization of vehicle or the safety protocol throughout, like it should be throughout the country, it should be similar. Like for example, if it's in Kerala, we can see that the vehicles, the modifications are not allowed in vehicle, but in other parts of the country it's allowed, but it should be uniform throughout the nation.
കേരളത്തിൽ എവിടെയാണ് അത് മോഡിഫിക്കേഷൻ അനുവദിക്കാത്തത്?
സോ MVD മോഡിഫിക്കേഷൻ അലോഡ് അല്ല, ബസ്സിന്റെ ആയിരുന്നാലും കാറിന്റെ ഒന്നും മോഡിഫിക്കേഷൻ അലോഡ് അല്ല.
പക്ഷെ വണ്ടികൾ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ?
ഇപ്പം ഒരുപാട് റൂൾ ഉണ്ട്. 10,000 ഒക്കെയാണ് മിനിമം ഫൈൻ വരുന്നത്.
Okay. She said modifications. And how many of you understood what I just talked to her about? I gathered she's from Kerala. She used an example from Kerala, so I spoke to her in Malayalam. She said modifications are not allowed for motor vehicles. I asked where in Kerala. She said all across Kerala. I said I've seen plenty of vehicles. They said no. She said there's a significant penalty, 10,000 rupees penalty. Did I capture that right, Aishwarya?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I see all over the place. Yeah, desi jugaad hai. Yes. Good. So which is the team that hasn't spoken?
So the first point will be
introduce yourself. They need to know you too.
Okay. So I am Ishita Pragya and my teammates are Shashi and Agash Ray. Okay. So the points will be, there is a need of improvement in road infrastructure. There is a lack of pedestrian and cyclist in infrastructure in India, and there are black spots also. And the second point will be stronger enforcement in traffic rules, like there are low penalties. In fact, India has increased 10 times, but if you can see during the, when the traffic police give the penalty, people used to give 100 or 200 rupees in his pocket. This is the corruption is, we can say it going on. So the another thing is driver training and license reform is required. As he said, he got license without this. Okay. There is a need of emergency response also, as we talked about golden hour cares and the good Samaritan law. We need that. And there is a need of data driven policy and crash data system, like a standardized system and smart infrastructures. There is a need of road user behavior change also. In that we can say awareness and education is required, and there are various
Finish this.
And there are various vulnerable road users, so we need to record that behavior changes, and we need to design according to them.
I said full stop, not comma and comma and comma.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So online, who did I not call? I went to WhatsApp 3, 4, 5. WhatsApp group 1. Did I call on you already? No, I did not. Do you have any report from WhatsApp group 1? No. So it's I'm intrigued by the breadth of comments and few of you talked about and overlapping themes, many of the teams did. But a few of you talked about data. Remember, this workshop is about data, so I was hoping for a little more data. And what I was also very intrigued by is many of you talked about use of data to drive policy. I know everybody in this room or in the audience has essentially got an engineering background, but I'm very happy to see that you're thinking about not just what you do for engineering, but how can you influence policy making, because we as engineers have limited ability to do things. We can engineer things, but if there are no laws or no regulations that are in place that will either make users comply or make users be reluctant not to comply. Right. So policy is a big part, and a few of you talked about funding, and that is also usually one of the biggest challenges, is allocating adequate resources in time, in a timely manner. You can't say that we will spend 1,000 crores over the next 10 years, which will be a dribble here, dribble there. If you need a large substantial investment now, can you get that now? And many of you answered my next question in this, so I'm going to jump this. What are the related challenges? I think we addressed that in the last two questions. So the next one I want you to talk about are what are the potential opportunities. So once again, I'm going to give all of you 5 minutes. The last row I need you to split up into 2 teams. Okay. Just because you're sitting next to each other, I think you're talking too much to each other. So 2 of you or 3 of you come to the row in front. Push him. Okay, so 5 minutes starting now. It is about 4:40 now. By 4:45 they will finish their thing, and by 5 o'clock I expect to wrap up that. Then how much longer do you want to go? Okay. Does anybody want to volunteer in this room to provide the first summary, because then others cannot repeat what you said?
Go ahead. Okay.
Give me 1 minute, let me sit down.
Okay. May I continue?
Yes, 1 minute, let me sit down and okay, yes. Please say your name so everybody will know.
Okay. I am Ashagre and my group mates Shashi and Ishita. So in our discussion we pointed out some pointers that the potential opportunities include digital and artificial intelligence revolution.
What is that? Please repeat again.
Digital.
Digital, okay, I missed that word.
Digital and artificial intelligence
okay.
revolution.
Yeah.
Green energy and sustainability. There is a government and private sector collaboration toward this area, and awareness are there. Post-crash emergency responses are also a bit good. Big data and research opportunities are also potential opportunities that we can use. Real-time data-driven and training or trained road engineers and planners are now increasing. So this could be some potential opportunities toward this area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ashagre. Anybody online, who wants to go first online? I'm going to call WhatsApp group 1. Is there anybody from WhatsApp group 1?
Yeah, yes, sir, this is Tazim.
Okay, hi Tazim.
Yes, sir. So this is Tazim from IIT Srinagar. So regarding the question, India can turn its road safety crisis into an opportunity by adopting strict traffic laws, private collaborations with the government, and techniques, AI techniques. And what we have discussed in the group, like emergency responses and post-crash care, I put some points forward there. Okay. Strict challans, fines and obeys the traffic rules and regulations. Speed guns to govern fast-moving vehicles. Two-wheelers should have pillions for both the riders. Better and easy-go road infrastructures. So, and pressing more towards behavioral and educational awarenesses. Okay. That's it, to be crisp and precise.
Who are your teammates, Tazim?
So my teammates are there, Mr. Anurag, Mr. Bishal, Ritesh, and Ritvik, sir.
Okay. So how come none of you spoke up for the last one?
Sorry, sir, I couldn't understand you.
For the previous question about 10 minutes ago, I called for people from WhatsApp group 1 and everybody was silent.
Basically, so this is a month of Ramadan and I had to offer my prayer, sir. Okay. So I was busy offering my prayer for 10 minutes.
Okay, no problem. I respect that, but then I'm going to pick on the others who may be have been at chai break, long chai break. I understand, Tazim. Hey, don't take me too seriously, okay? Sometimes I'm just trying to lighten up the mood. Okay, which group here wants to go second? Yes?
Good afternoon, sir. This is Shubham. Talking about the potential opportunities in road safety improvement. So considering the first point, it's the infrastructure improvement. We can get the better driving conditions and and can emphasize on the pedestrian crossings, and talking about the vehicle safety conditions like ADAS and airbag and other point is like policy and regulation. We can do more on these points. And the last point is like behavioral studies of different drivers, like how they react in different conditions. So what are the factors that affect a driver on the road?
Thank you, Shubham. All right, so then I'm going online. Who wants to go next from WhatsApp group 1? just spoke. Who else is interested in summarizing?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
WhatsApp group 5, sir.
Okay.
Ishfaq.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Go for it, Ishfaq.
Sir, the challenges behind this are limited pedestrian infrastructure, unsafe roller roads, and overloading may be a main concern. Vehicles not only become difficult to control but also cause more severe accidents. And most probably that we all suffer from the inception data collection for Minister of Amorth and Highway collectors crash data. The quality and timelessness of this data are often limited. Inconsistent reporting, incomplete data, and lack of analysis hinder the identification of accident-prone areas or trends.
Okay, thank you, Ishfaq. I'm going to stop you there, but I appreciate that. All right, in room.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. In room, yes.
Sir, the related challenges are.
Speak up so that they know your name.
Sir, my name is Rahul Narayan.
Yeah, yeah. Say it so that they too know.
Yes.
The online. Yes, Rahul.
My name is Rahul Narayan, and I am with Sanatan Das.
Yeah.
Sir, the related challenges are there is a need to improve emergency medical services. Second, the correct data for the accidents are not provided. Such as example, I can give no latitude and no longitude is mentioned in the crash recording forms. Third, use of the autonomous vehicles. Fourth, people are not as much educated. Potential opportunities, as I can say, AI or IoT, which is very much helpful in the landslides, which affect road safety. Second, big boom in the safe infrastructure and the safer vehicle. Third, local community engagement will be increased.
Thank you. Thank you, Rahul. Online, who wants to go next?
Hello, sir. My name is Pratyush from Group 4.
Thank you, Pratyush, for speaking up for your team.
So I will just take a minute. I will tell about two points about challenges and the opportunities.
Yes.
So the challenges, the cultural attitude towards safety, as you mentioned in the morning, like in Kerala, like your driver asked you not to wear the seat belt in the village. One of those things. People are not wearing helmet just because their hairs will not be fallen properly. So those are a few challenges. Like adding all those. Yeah, I'm not talking about you. Sorry, sir.
Thank you. You noticed that.
Yeah, and the opportunities, I will say that use of drones. We can use drones for accident detection. Vehicle telematics and tracking can be done. And we always talk about the bad, like the other part of the social media, but it can be utilized for road safety awareness. And also India can collaborate with other countries with lower accident rates, as you mentioned in Sweden and Australia, those are the lower accident rates. So India can collaborate with them and get some better ideas, so we can follow those things here also. But yeah, India has heterogeneous traffic. We need to have some changes, but we can get some methodologies or ideas.
Thank you, Pratyush. And if I remember, Shruti is on your team. And anybody else?
Yes, sir. One more is there. I don't know the names.
Okay. All right. Again, homework for tomorrow. You all need to know who your teammates are. You have your WhatsApp groups, so maybe spend 10 minutes learning a little bit about each other. In room, we have one more team that has to speak up. The splinter group.
So myself, Vineet. I'm with Himanshu. And I would like to add that there should be some mandatory safety features in vehicles, like level 0 of ADAS, at least headway monitoring warning and lane departure warning. And there should be, and for vehicle, I would like to add that there should be a vehicle scrappage policy that has been implemented in Delhi, as I'm aware. But most of the other state people that they buy second-hand or third-hand car and they use in their state where it has not been enforced or implemented. And for awareness and education program, I would like to add that most of the national highways are crossing rural areas where the people are not aware of traffic sign and traffic markings. So, and automated traffic management for and there should be some improvement and promotion of public transport, which will lead to efficient mobility of in on roads.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vineet. Also, just like I mentioned earlier, I plan to address the public transport vehicle miles of travel. If I don't do that, make sure that you call me on that. Okay. So I think I'm missing WhatsApp group 3. Who's the WhatsApp group that did not report? Is there any WhatsApp group that did not report to the last one?
Group 2, sir.
Group 2, okay. Go
was
for it.
waiting
Who's going to speak for group
2? Group 2, sir, I am Ashwini Gupta. Although we had reported earlier, Krishna Kishore had reported, but
Yeah.
I can report again for
Yes.
Group 2.
Yes.
So in terms of opportunities, I would say one is to promote public transport. So to promote public transport, measures like congestion pricing to promote public transport, or introduction of smart cards that would be applicable across various travel modes. And then secondly, besides promoting public transport, integration of public transport with non-motorized transport to provide last mile connectivity. That is very important. That is an opportune area where the government would be trying. And lastly, I would say also when we are thinking of smart cities, to build smart cities in which from place of residence to place of work or vice versa, not more than 30 to 45 minutes are taken. So like we have some examples abroad like Paris and some London, like they have 30 to 45-minute cities. So something on those lines, if we can plan, that would be, doing good for our public transport system and the overall safety of the transport system. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ashwini and Kishore. Yeah, you touched upon several things. Is there anybody else who would like to add any comments to these? Hearing none. So I'm enthused by the breadth of comments and then similarities too. One of the things I'd like you to focus on when we have similar conversations, either during the lecture sessions or during the tutorials, is to try to narrow down. The focus is on data, existing data, what I will call legacy data, what we have been using or what we think we have, but several people talked about not timely, not quality. Okay. Think about that, and what data might we take advantage of that you are aware of. Okay. Not necessarily from the transport domain alone. Think about what data might come from other sources that you could use in transport. And when it comes to transport safety, I like the breadth of comments, but once again I want to bring it down to things that are far more central to our conversation. When it comes to vehicle design, I don't think we as much will be able to influence that as much, except to work with the elected officials, policymakers, regulators. So keep that in mind, but that should not be the focus. Think about roads, speeds, vehicles in terms of how we use them. Many of you talked about vehicle technologies. One thing I was hoping to hear was speed regulators. I know that public transport buses and the private lorries and trucks have speed governors or speed regulators, but they find ways to either circumvent it, or yes, it can keep beeping, beep, 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 and the driver keeps speeding. So that was something that I didn't hear from the comments today in terms of speed regulation.
Nowadays, like this commercial taxi people, they had this speed regulator.
Yes.
So you cannot go beyond 80.
Okay.
So whatever you do, you cannot go beyond 80.
Yes.
So accelerator will become ineffective.
Okay, good.
So,
I'm glad, because as you saw earlier, and Akhilesh brought this up, I brought this up, several of you talked about overspeeding is one of the biggest causal factors for these unsafe outcomes, whether people are killed or injured and so on. The last point I think we talked about, was it WhatsApp group 4 or 2 or the Vineet, I can't remember, talked about higher speed roadways, whether it is national highways or state highways, traversing rural areas. And that's a big challenge. And in India, we do not have a I shouldn't say we do not have, we have very little limited access roadways. Now the Delhi-Mumbai expressway is an example where you can only get on the roadway in certain places and get off the roadway in other places. People who are living alongside, whether it is in small urban, big urban areas, cannot get on the roadway. But there are many national highways that go through rural areas, even where I come from. And people during a harvest season, they harvest it and they spread the wheat or the rice chaffs on the road so that as the vehicles go by, they separate the grain from the chaff. And that's an unsafe thing, but that is something that people are used to for generations. How do we bring about? So many of you talked about affecting behavioral change, road use, whether it is the driver, the pedestrians, the motorized two-wheelers, the bicyclists, so on. And many of you talked about programs or campaigns, whether it is the Safety Week, Safety Month, starting with elementary schools or middle schools and so on, to try to impress upon them the importance. But we need to take it upon ourselves too. Whenever you're traveling with somebody, make sure they understand why is it that they should wear a helmet, why is it that they should wear seat belts, why is it that when you have a pedestrian crossing, zebra crossing maybe 20 meters away, why is it important to go there and cross there as opposed to this is the shortest path? Yes, water takes the easiest path, but we cannot be water all the time, right? So we have to follow someone. And something that is unwritten, one of you talked about it, is yes, somebody, the police officer is giving you a challan and then wink wink, if you do this the challan disappears. Okay, how do we straighten out society unless each of us brings it upon and saying, no, I will not do this, and impress upon others, we will not do this? It's going to be difficult to bring about change. Change is hard. How many of you know the definition of inertia? You all studied engineering, right? Inertia is the inherent inability to change the current state. Right? So if something is happening this way, it's much easier to continue doing that than to change it. But collectively, individually we can bring small changes. Collectively we can bring big changes. And I did not hear, maybe I missed it, use of media, TV channels, newspapers, so on. At the end, I heard social media for education campaigns, so on. I think that is very, very powerful. And there are examples, particularly in Europe and New Zealand and Australia, where they have used social media to raise awareness amongst the broad communities. And I can tell you some of the examples that I have been involved with in campaigns are working with elementary school children and middle school children on importance of walking safely to school, using crosswalks, if they are riding bicycles, wearing helmets and where to cross, so on and so forth, and working with parent-teacher associations. And what it has translated to is now there we have oftentimes grandparents or elders transporting the children. And the little children say, Dada or Nana Nani, you must wear seat belt before you can start driving. And that has a lot more powerful influence when they say, Grandpa, Grandma, wear seat belt. And more than anything else, it's an emotional tug. Oh, the little child is telling me to do that, so maybe I should do that. And think of others, not just think of yourself, whether it is going to mess up your hair or mess up your clothes. That is a very small price to pay when you look at just a split second is all that it takes to change not just one person's life, many, many people who are involved. I think we've had a day full of rich conversations. This is just a start. We will dig more into specifics of how we can access data. I was hoping that in these 4 questions that I posed, you would bring more focus on data, but I didn't point you in that direction. I just wanted to hear from you what you think are the needs, challenges. Think about your own points that you talked about and see where you can bring data to answer the points that you raised. Many of these, I think, data can help address those. Some of it is not necessarily that data are the way. We may not have data to answer the questions that you raised. With that, I want to bring my part of the session today to a close with one final request to everybody online as well as here. How many of you listen to music? May I have show of hands? Okay, many of you are raising your right hand, other right hand. Watch movies. Come on, online too. You can. All right, so about seven people online out of 16. Can you think of songs that have anything to do with transport? So this is homework for you for tonight. Tomorrow I will set up a Google Sheet. I want you to enter. I'll give you directions, names of songs, who the musician is, and it has to be free. I have to be able to access it without paying for it. Anything to do with transport. Okay. How many of you heard of the old Hindi song Chalti Ka Naam Gaadi? Yeah. Chal 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 mere sathi. Okay, so things of that sort. There are lots of movies about trains. Okay, and there's an old movie about Bombay to Goa that was in a bus completely. A movie from maybe 10 years ago, Chennai Express. Okay, that was on. That's Chennai Express is on a train. Now give me a song from that. So this is homework for all of you. If you can think of that, I'll try to set up the, I don't know, I will need to work with the course coordinators if we can make it live tonight itself, the Google Sheets. You can start populating the information. Key is I need to be able to access the music for free, even if it is audio. If it is video, that is great, but at least audio. And then if you have a link to the lyrics, because I want to see how the lyrics or the name of the movie or the name of the band relate to transport. Okay? Done? Pakka? Yeah, okay, good. So I'll turn it over to the course coordinators.
Yeah, so thank you, Professor Shashi, for having this interactive session. So tomorrow onwards, maybe tomorrow's session we will start at 9:15 sharp. So even online participant, so we will start at 9:15 instead of 9. And other thing is that tomorrow onwards, this tutorial session will be more interactive, and maybe we will start with the data data processing. So Professor Shashi will be sharing some of the data which will be working on different aspects of the shared data in subsequent tutorials. So it will be linked. So it will be advisable that if you attend from tutorial 1 onwards, so then you will be able to understand the data in a better sense and come up with the your own laptop, so that you can